Capitalism! Hello, 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 cutie pies. Welcome on in. How are you? Sorry, I'm gonna be a little bit lower energy today. You can probably hear in my voice, I'm not feeling great. I'm not feeling emotionally or generally great, but I very much want to be here, so don't you worry about that. Please don't tell me not to stream. I would like to stream. Please let me stream, please. Thank you for the Palatax, cutie pies. I'm so sorry, I can't catch any of them. Thank you, sweethearts, and thank you for the Palatac. The Pal hat. Sorry. Thank you for the Pal hat. Incredible, Aridius. Thank you. How's everybody doing? I'm so happy to see you guys. I hope things are going incredibly well. Let me see here. I'm gonna try and say thank you for the Palatacs all in one breath. Here we go. Awesome Aussie, thank you for the Palatac. Lovely Lil Bit, thank you for the Palatac. Nick Smatos slash Jam Slice, thank you for the Palatac. Lovely Lil Bit, thank you for the Palatac. Lovely Liv, thank you for the Palatac. Yummy Yuki, thank you for the Palatac. Joyous Jamie, thank you for the Palatac. Incredible Radius, thank you for the Palatac. Thank you guys so much for the Palatacs. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Thank you, cutie pies. And amazing Umbra wants some uppies. Good, Umbra. And a little bit also wants uppies. Good little bit. And then we got Nyx with some uppies. Good Nyx. Lift wants a... Ew, I can't. I'm so sorry. I think all of my voice redeems are fucked for today, but... Whoa, yeah, I can't. I'm so sorry. I'll just do it in my normal voice. Sorry. Thank you for the... thank you for the ooh though, sweetheart. I'm sorry. My capitalism. Awesome Aussie wants some uppies. Good Aussie. Oh, thank you, Umbra. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll feel better pretty soon. I heard it immediately. Do you have a sore throat? You sound like me after a concert. No, I don't have a sore throat. I've just been talking too much and maybe screaming a little bit. I wish I could say that it was mostly for voice acting, but this time it was not. I'm just a fucking mess in my real life right now. Fabulous Frostbite, pretty lady. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? Also, Fabulous Ferno, thank you for the care package. Oh, shit, sorry. I'm just dropping stuff. Ow. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Also, let me see here. Lovely Elvin, how are you doing? It's very good to see you, darling. And Sweetest Strat, how are you as well? Sweetest Space Cat, how are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Let's see. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in, honey. How are you? It's so good to see you. Sweetest Sedu, welcome. So good to see you as well. Let's see. Have I missed anybody when I'm scrolling up? Draconis. Hi, dearest Draconis. Thank you so much for the lurk, honey. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Joyous Jimmy, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's very good to see you. Also, Jimmy, I want you to know that even though Knights of Sidonia is a little bit long, I did queue that up for you. You moved into your new apartment today. That's awesome, Elvin. Congratulations, sweetheart. I'm so happy for you, darling. Well done. Huge congrats. Okay, I've reached the top of that. Now let me scroll down and catch up to where we started real quick. There we go. Okay, and then let me also say thank you so much to everybody who has redeemed some stream streaks. We got Gideon Nash. Thank you so much, gorgeous Gideon. Thank you ever so much for the 3 stream streak, darling. I really do appreciate it. That's incredible. Thank you so very much. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the content enough to hang out with us for 3 whole streams. Radical Radish, thank you so much for the 125. 125 is amazing. Thank you so much for 125 streams. Fabulous Fernal, thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you, darling. That means the world. I really appreciate you. Jamie, how are you doing? Sick oo-woo. As in, ew, sick oo-woo, or as in, sick oo-woo. I will not tell you not to stream. Quickly approaches the streamer ban button. How dare you? Don't you fucking dare.
Darling. A lot today?
Were you saying right? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh my god. I literally won't be able to follow up on any voice commands today, I don't think. No, I'm just getting like pounded with bad news every single day. It's like something worse. Yeah. So I just wound up like screaming into a pillow for like 25-30 minutes yesterday. And now my voice is fucked. Ohio gozaimasu, lovely Yuki. How are you? Oh, you guys always make my day better. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the head paxi. How are you? Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, it sounds like a strange animal chittering going. I'm a dinosaur now, guys. Sorry. You thought I was a thylacine? Wrong. I'm a dinosaur. These are sounds you're only gonna get out of me if my voice is fucked. Does anyone watch Baki? I have not seen Baki. I have not. It's Ladies' Day in FF14. What does that mean, Draconis? That sounds really fun. Let me see. Tau caught the mysterious February disease / cold. It's so funny. I'm not actually sick, and my throat actually doesn't hurt, shockingly. It's just it will not like straighten the fuck up, you know? I'm very annoyed with it. Hugs for you, lovely Nix. Hugs for you, sweetheart. I'm okay, cutie pies. Thank you so very much for your concern. You guys are the sweetest people. I really do appreciate you. You're so lovely. Don't apologize. Just focus on enjoying the stream and after stream. Get better soon and make sure to drink plenty of water. Thank you, Fabulous Fernando. You're absolutely right. Hold on, I'm gonna have a little beautiful band, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. I can't even like excitedly screech. It just like disappears into the ether. Beautiful band, thank you so much for the 50. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much, darling. That's really generous of you. Thank you, honey. Oh my goodness, you guys are so lovely. Thank you, Ozzy, so much for the resub. Oh, sorry, gifted sub. The gifted sub as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you, awesome Ozzy. Thank you so much for the $50 reduce, beautiful band. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you guys. Thank you for your generosity and support and kindness and all that. Thank you guys so much. Hiker, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak as well. I really appreciate that. Lovely Liv. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Oh fuck, I'm so sorry, my voice. I'm so obnoxious to listen to. I swear to God, if I'm bothering anybody, please feel free to depart. I don't blame you. My voice is like probably nails on a chalkboard right now. I promise I'll be better in the future. I should be better by Sunday, hopefully. But lovely Liv, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. God, I need to keep my voice low or else I'm just gonna screech. I'm so sorry. Lovely Liv, thank you so very much for those gifted subs. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your generosity and support and kindness. You guys are already at 6 out of 50 for our subby goal, our weekly subby goal. Speaking of, I actually have a wheel. A wheel. You guys deserve a wheel for our chibi raffle. So yeah, you guys are gonna get to. We're gonna spin that pretty soon. Let me see here. Thank you so much, you guys, for such amazing support. I really appreciate it. Huxley, thank you so much for the Palatech as well. Thank you, Cutie Pie. I appreciate you. Precious Patamon, it has been a while. It's so good to see you again, darling. Welcome on in. And thank you, Nix, for the well wishes. I hope I feel better soon, too. Oh my, I'll give you some of my ubus to make up for it while you rest your beautiful voice. Thank you, lovely Yuki. You're so sweet.
Goodness, your voice D. Feel better soon. Drink lots of fluids.
Thank you, dearest Dustin. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the resub. Thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the care package, lovely Lith. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Hope the voice heals quickly. Thank you, lovely Huxie. I appreciate that. That's a great xenomorph impression. I love that too. I'm sorry that you're getting bad news in real life, but I hope it makes you happy to know we really enjoy your time and effort. Thank you so much, Elvin. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're so sweet. Love for all the Lalas. Is it Women's Day a Lala day? Lala holiday? Oh, it's a fun event. Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait, is it a Lala themed event? Terrific, Tomas. Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gotta get to bed early, so I can't stick around. Thank you so much, Tomas. That's more than okay. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for coming in, sweetheart. It means the world. And thank you so much for making for 25 streams, even though I know it's at really inconvenient times for you. Thank you, thank you. A spoonful of honey can help vocal cords. I did have some like warm water and some honey earlier today. But I think I just fucked my voice up so much. Hello! Oh. I feel like we have to replace the hello with that one because this is like a dog whistle. Hello! Thank you so much, Awesome Aussie, once more for the gifted sub to lovely Lil Bit. I really appreciate it. Wheelays, hello Wheelays, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Shh, save the voice. Shh, no, never. You deserve whatever voice I can give you. You're like a pterodactyl who really needs a cough drop, you poor thing. Like I said, if it helps, my throat actually doesn't hurt at all. I know it probably sounds like it hurts like a bitch, but it doesn't, I swear. Sweetest Storm, thank you so much for gifting that sub, honey bun. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, lovely. Oh, and we got a treasure trade out of it too. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. Thank you. Well done, well done. How I can so much relate with how your throat feels right now. Many huggies for you, lovely. I can't talk. Lovely Yuki. Thank you so very much for starting that treasure train, darling. I appreciate that. We're gifting subs to make Tao feel better, right? No, that's okay. Don't worry. Just your presence makes me feel better. You guys are so lovely. Thank you. Zelisarl, hello. How are you? It's so good to see you. You have a sore throat? I actually don't. I just fucked up my voice yesterday by I think it was just a really bad coping mechanism. Would it be a good idea to disable the sing routine? We wouldn't want you losing your voice altogether. Well, I would, but I promised that I would keep that up because it's the week-long one. So I assume that if someone comes in and they hear my voice, they'll be hopefully well educated for oh, Yuki! Holy shit! Oh my god, darling, thank you so... Fuck, you guys! Oh my god, holy shit. Thank you so much, Yuki, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10! Thank you so very much for the 10 gifted, darling. That's incredible! And dearest Dustin as well. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10! The 10 gifted subs! Thank you so much. I'm so sorry about my voice, you guys. I'm so obnoxious to listen to today. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. I really appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you. Sorry. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. That's very, very generous. I hope you guys please don't feel obligated by any means. Please, it's okay. I am genuinely more than happy to just be here with you guys. All that would make me sad is if you guys say, why don't you stop streaming because you sound so bad? Or like, just don't tell me to stop streaming. This is like the only place I'm happy right now. Hi, sweetest space cat. How are you? Let's see. Thank you guys so much for already reaching level 7 on the hype train as well. That's insane. Thank you. I can feel your voice in my own throat. I'm glad it doesn't hurt, but don't stress it too much. I don't want it to start hurting. Thank you so much. Excellent, Alvin. I appreciate you, sweetheart. That's all right. That's all right. I'm okay. I forgot that's TTS. Otherwise, I'd have written frowny face. Frowny face. Instead of the emoticon. Oh no, that's okay, dearest Dustin. That's okay. Swedish Shadow, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, our mateys, we got here's a treasure chest. Oh my god, Lith! Holy fuck! Oh my god, 20! Are you sure? Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20! The 20 gifted! Thank you ever so much, you guys. Oh my gosh, that's so kind. Holy shit, you guys are already at 48 out of 50 subs. Don't do this. You're gonna make me cry. Don't do this. I'm so weak right now. I'm so fucking weak right now. Thank you so much, lovely Liv. I really appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you so much, lovely. That is very, very, very generous of you. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Huxley, Jesus Christ. Thank you, lovely. Oh my goodness, you guys, please don't feel obligated to do this. I hope no one's feeling obligated to do this. Huxley, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 gifted subs, honey bun. Thank you ever so much, lovely Huxley. That is very, very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you so much. That's very, very, very kind. And now we're at level 8 already. Are you fucking joking? That's insane. Thank you so much, you guys. No, level 9. Sorry, level 9. We're at level 9. I can't read. Thank you so much, you guys. That is insanely generous. Thank you so much for the support. Solar was asleep. I think we woke him when opening the stream. Oh shoot, sorry, Solar. Jesus, Lith! Oh my god, fuck. Nah, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honey. Holy fuck, you guys. Thank you so much, lovely Liv. Thank you ever so much for the amazing support. And of course, Lil Bit as well. Thank you for the 1, 2 gifted subs, honey. Thank you so much, lovely Lil Bit. You were so delightful. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You guys are hit level 10. Level 10 already. Are you? Oh my god, why? This is... Sorry, I'm just hitting my microphone. Thank you guys so much for such incredible kindness and generosity. I feel like I'm a broken record, but thank you so much. Oh my god, the squeak was really cute though. I'm so glad that you at least like whatever awful sounds I'm making. You good, Tom? Okay, sweet Shadow. I hope you're doing well too. Sing Redeem now. Let's be nice to Tao today. I just kind of figured that if someone put 2 and 2 together, if someone came in and they were like, oh, like I'll leave it up and I'll sing, or I'll try to sing if someone comes in and does redeem it, but I kind of figured that my voice is pretty clearly fucked up. Let's see. Thank you guys so much for such extraordinary support. I really do appreciate you. That is way too kind. We can have it up for an extra day. Don't worry. You can take the redeem out for today. Do you think so? It does feel like it would probably be very dissatisfying if I did sing for someone. Maybe I should. No, I'll let you guys decide. This is democracy. Sing redeem for today. Turn it off, keep it on. There you go, pals. Please vote. Please vote on whether you want me to have the sing redeem up or not. If you do vote to turn it off, I will leave it up for an extra day. We'll have it up for all of until Final Fantasy, like the end of Final Fantasy on Monday. Let's see. I know your voice is unwell, but I can't help but giggle and at how cute it's making you sound. Dustin, I'm so glad that you think it's cute. Thank you. Don't stop streaming. Do hand signs. Oh yes, we love some charades in the pouch, don't we? Like so. Thank you so much, lovely Liz. I can't believe that you gifted. What is that? 30 total? Hold on. That's 30. I think, yeah. No, 35 gifted. Thank you so much, honey. Joyce Julius, welcome on in. Thank you for the care package. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see. Ember. Hi there, Ember. How are you? Good to see you, bud. You're a grown-ass woman. If you want to stream, it would be insulting to tell you to stop. I do hope you drink a lot of extra water, though. Thank you so much, Alvin. I promise I will. And you're right. That is insulting. I'm just trying to hang out with my precious pals. Thank you guys so much for the level 10 hype train. Absolutely insane. We hitting that raffle for next week, too. 100%, over 100%. You guys have definitely hit it, for sure. Good thing it's art day. Let that voice rest. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, I guess fuck if I was gonna... What? Oh, thank you so much, Storm, for contributing to the voiceover animation demo over on Throne. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate it. Okay, you guys have chosen to turn off the sing redeem. I'll just need to remember to turn it back on Sunday. Hold on one second. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I really appreciate you. Thank you for such a generous contribution. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Let's see. Everyone breaking down. Thank you so much. Her voice is getting worse. Get this out. I've seen some Ginger Tea stat. Don't cry, Tao. If you cry, I'll cry. No, I will. I'm not gonna cry. It's okay. I'll be fine. I feel like a broken record. You kind of sound like a DJ scratching one. I do, don't I? I'm sorry. Try to make Tao cry today. Don't mind me. It's okay, lovely Lith. I had a little cry earlier. I'm all good. Strut! 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 Fuck! I just... No, you are gonna make me cry. Fuck. Thank you so much. Strat, why do you make a liar out of me all the time? Fuck. Strat, why? I could just strangle you, I swear to God. Fuck. Literally said I wasn't gonna cry. Thank you, Strat, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted, Strat. Thank you so much. That is far too generous. Thank you. And Bear, fart, stop crying. I'm working on it. Bear, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys. Live! Fuck! Why do you do this to me? You guys like to make me cry. Thank you for level 13 hype train. Holy hell. Lovely. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 gifted subs. 15 more, I should say, because you've already gifted 35. Single-handedly, it's gonna be like a 50% Lith, 50% Strat on the wheel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your amazing generosity. Fuck. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. You're too sweet. You really are too sweet. Thank you so much for the level 13 hype train. The helicopter hair. Don't fly away, Tao. Even if your voice may be a bit down today, we want you here. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate that. My voice is my own fault too, though. Hi, Sweetest Solar. Welcome in. How are you? It's really good to see you. This is Democracy Manifest. If Tachan does fly away, she can at least use her voice for echolocation. That's true. That's true. Oh, Bear! Beautiful Bear, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. That's a whole box of candy. Oh my god, Band. Thank you so much. Be the talker. Thank you so much, beautiful Band. Thank you. Thank you, Bear, for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you, Band, for the $100. $100. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'm so sorry. I feel like all I've been doing for the last month is crying. Thank you so much, you guys. It's really, really generous of you. I don't deserve it. Please, please make sure you're taking good care of yourselves before you take care of me, okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really, 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 really kind of you. Thank you. Eugene, thank you for contributing to the Carrie Cookie stream. And Julius as well, thank you both. Fuck, I'm so far behind, sorry. Huxley, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sweetest Solar, thank you also for the storytelling stream. Thank you so much for the insane 50 gifted strat. Sorry, that's where I am right now. I'm still scrolling. I'm like 10 minutes behind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Saving the hype train at the last second. Thank you. Thank you for level 13 hype training, guys. That's absolutely insane. Thanks for giving us voting power on that soccer team. I love your voice, but singing may be too much for today. Maybe. Bear, thank you again for the fart, stop crying. Liz, thank you for the 15 gifted. Sorry. I'm sniffling gross as well. Orca!
Any Mama Molly today?
Mama Molly. Yeah, if you would like some Mama Molly, we can make that happen. Thank you so very much, Orca, for the resub. I really appreciate it. I can't believe it's been 25 months. That's incredible. Thank you so much.
I don't deserve it. Mama Tao, why must you turn your stream into a house of lies? Movie quote, you deserve every bit, every sub, every speck of kindness that you get. You have earned here by giving out as much as you do.
Thank you, Storm. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. I'm just... Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you to say. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I know I'm so far behind. You gotta count every bit one at a time now. 1,000 bits. 1, 2, 3. Can you imagine if I did that? That'd be crazy. I'm alright, Tao. I kind of passed out for 30 minutes or so just now. I'm alright. I'm glad you're doing okay. Strat! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! What? No! Strat! Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, I forgot what came after 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Thank you so much, Storm. Thank you so much, Storm, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and also to Lovely Lit. Thank you so very much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as well. I really appreciate it, Vash. Vash. Thank you so much for... You guys are too kind. Thank you so much. Level 15. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you so much for 10, Captain. You guys are way too sweet. I don't know what I did to deserve you all. You were so kind. Thank you so much. Fuck, you guys. Koda's like, what's going on? Thank you. Thank you, Dustin, for the karaoke stream, contributing to the karaoke stream and the storytelling stream. Thank you so much. We got a mix in happy tears. We got salty and sweet. Now all we need is Chemical X. You'll be Powerpuff Down. I would give a lot to be Powerpuff Down. Thank you so much, you guys. We love you. You're amazing and wonderful, and I hope we help bring a little bit of joy to and love to an otherwise bad day. Thank you. You guys bring so much joy to... Fuck! Liv! 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 Thank you so much. Jeez, fuck you guys, level 16 is insane. Thank you so much. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Sorry, hit my microphone. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Thank you so much for an absolutely astounding 50 more gifted subs, lovely. That. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Holy fuck. Nobody. Lovely nobody. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. Thank you. My fucking sad ass purse with my broken voice. Thank you guys so much. I can't believe they were at level 16. That's insane. Sorry, I'm still looking. I've been trying to mute, but I keep on like snuffling. Beautiful band, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 more gifted subs. Thank you so much. And we hit the goal again for 950. Thank you so much. Listen, I have some people in chat who are asking what happened. For those of you who don't know, I lost my job to AI, and that I've been trying to. The job I lost is my only like consistent job. You guys know I have 5 jobs. Had 5 jobs. I now have 4, but none are like consistent. And I have to pay a mortgage, and it was outsourced to AI, and I've been like really trying to find a way to kind of get back at this boss who has been a misogynistic, sexist, awful prick for my entire oh my god, Umbra. What are you doing with 100 subs?
Hello!
Holy shit. Thank you so much. You beat the all-time hype record. That's insane. Thank you so much. Dearest Dude Lee, welcome and thank you for the follow. Sorry, normally I'm not crying. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch bell. What a pleasure it is to have you. Umbra, thank you so much for breaking the all-time record with 100 gifted subs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Oh my god, you guys. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Thank you so much for 100 gifted. Fucking hell, you guys. Level 19 is insane. Sorry, I'm totally unable to talk right now. Thank you so much, Laugh, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And Vash, thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. You guys. I can't even keep up.
I'm not sure we'd be upset if you stopped counting each one at this point. Please take a moment to breathe.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Solar. With the Baldric. Oh my god, you guys. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yippee! Level 20. Level 20. I promise I'll thank everyone. Just sorry.
Capitalism!
So glad I left our demons on. Oh my god, you guys.
Raw, darling.
Like a pickled scream. Beautiful pub. I don't know. I don't even know. Madhu. I don't even know what to say. You guys are so wonderful. I just... You guys are so incredibly kind. I don't know where it would be without you. I really don't. I feel so... Things have been really hard for the last little while, and when things are hard, sometimes you wonder if you deserve support or love, or... You guys, you all...
If you don't take a second to breath, I'm gonna call the Australian Oxygen Committee and make them bring you a whole tank. We need you to breathe.
It's okay, I'm breathing. Thank you, hon. Thank you. You guys just have the most amazing way about you where... I don't know. You make me feel so special, and despite the fact that I am just a 3D anime girl on the internet, I feel so seen, I feel so accepted. And that's so hard to find now. I hope that I can give just a little tiny bit of what you give me back to you. You are so kind. Thank you. You are so kind, and you were so generous and understanding. I so appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You guys are... I never thought that I would feel so, or find a community that made me feel so good, so worthwhile. I'm really sorry. I know normally I try to stay away from like dark stuff, but I feel like I've been doing too much of it recently. I just love you guys so much. I don't know. I know I've said it so many times. I just don't know where I would be without your support and your kindness and your patience. I am so thankful for all of you. Thank you.
Good
so
morning.
much.
I just got here and Tao is crying. What did I miss?
Just haven't had a very good little while, Gundam. And Jesus Christ, fuck. Thank you so thank you guys so much. I had to take a break in a sec, but I really wanted to make sure that you guys, I want to thank you guys so much for such incredible support. And for level 20 treasure train. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you so much, band, as well. Sorry, my voice is so fucked. I'm sorry. I think I'm just repeating myself. I think I'm just my brain's not getting a lot of oxygen, even though I'm breathing. I promise I'm breathing. I just thank you, Umbra. Thank you. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna 1 second. I'll just say thank you. I'll say thank you, and then I'll count if you guys want me to when I get back. But thank you so much for those 100 gifted. Lav, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Vash, thank you so much for the 10 gifted as well. Lith, thank you so much for the 5. Dearest dude who just came in and just followed, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You don't even know us, and you're just thank you. Precious Politely, thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Amazing Umber, thank you also for the 20 gifted. Guys, I wish so badly that I could give you all hugs and kisses.
Chat Tao, take a break, breathe, drink warm tea.
You guys really want me to take a break, huh? I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave you, even if it's for 3 minutes. Storm, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Van for the 10. Ryo for the 2. Awesome Aussie, thank you for the 100 biddies. Sully, thank you for the 5 gifted. Storm, thank you for the 100. Lovely Lit, thank you for 69.
Always remember, Tao, we all care about you, each in our own ways. Tatas heart, tatas hug.
Thank you so much. Storm, thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you, beautiful man, for the $150. That's insane. Thank you, and thank you, lovely Lab, so very much for the 165 stream streak. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. I feel like I want to say more. I want to say thank you more. I'm so far behind on chat now. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm failing you guys a little bit. Like I can't. I'm sorry. Thank you for the Palatech Realm. Thank you for that, Pat Cutie Cat. Thank you for that, Pat Dearest Dustin. Thank you for the cure back in Swedish Shadow. I really appreciate it. Sorry. Sorry, I'm so gross. I'm so gross. My throat, my voice is fucked. I'm just... I feel like I'm just mumbling shit. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, you guys, I'm just scrolling and seeing all these fucking gifted subs and stuff. Thank you so... I'm back in the chat right now where Solar said he wants to see it hit level 15.
Storm, just go rest. Don't worry about catching up. We care more about you.
I care about you guys so much too. That's why I want to make sure that I acknowledge all of your incredible contributions. And I feel like I'm not doing that if I go on a break before I say thank you. Or read through all the chats.
Tao, take a break. No one here would mind if you missed a few messages. Take a moment to get your thoughts straight.
Okay, I'll go on a very quick break, but I'll be back, okay? Sorry, I'm such a fucking mess. Thank you so much for such incredible support, guys. I really appreciate it. You're so... okay, I'm sorry, I'll leave. I'll go, sorry, I'm just sorry. I love you guys. Make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And sweethearts, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll be right back, okay? Please stick around. I really want to thank all of you. And I really want to talk to you all. And I know I've been saying that you can't resend stuff, but I'm missing so much. I'm still scrolling. So, you can resend things. Okay? You can resend things when I get back. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for making me feel loved too. I'll see you soon.
Idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tao streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it? I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweeheart. Also, Amazing Aspen
darling.
over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my God. Thank you, fucking holy shit. Capitalism. Are we ending? We are ending. Yes, sorry. We are indeed doing that. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go see who we might go and see. Let's get over here in the meantime. Fabulous Forcer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I know the feeling of bad sleep. It sucks. Tao does manage to get to sleep. I promise I do. Other guy in the meantime, don't get hit by fuck. I got hit by the ew. Release me. Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the way. Please, hearts. I'll give you hearts, please. Okay, cool. We need exclamation point Bork. If we do that, I'll be like, oh no, he's barking, but only one time, and then I'll glance over. Crazy dog. He is a crazy dog. He's my little baby, my little crazy baby. I think it's probably because Nate just got home. Okay. Sorry.
Get the hell out of my face!
Murder? We will? And fishy. Now big fishy. Yes, big fishy. A hair. Oh, hi, Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's so... Oh, fuck. Wait. Someone is gonna cut off my head? What? That doesn't happen anytime. I don't think that's in the game. Is it? Is it? What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got, and then we got this guy that we were born with. Do you guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think?
Hey there, darlings. Welcome back.
Nate.
Hi, I'm here. I'll just turn on your stream avatars real quick. Let me know how the volume is on Spotify. Thank you guys so much for waiting for me. And thank you for the uppies. Awesome Aussie. Welcome. Fuck. My fucking... Oh my god, hold on. My hands are not... Oh, wait. It did the beep. Do I get hands now? Do I get hands now? Wait for it. Wait for it. Maybe. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. I don't. Hold on. Hold on. Let me unplug it. Excuse me. Okay. Hold on. Wait for it. It'll come. It'll come. I swear. Yes. Okay, I have hands. I have hands now. Hallelujah. Let's see. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful
I
baby.
won't mind Tao doing the mom voice for the whole stream.
Good Aussie. Well, I probably will wind up doing a little bit of a modified mom voice, I suppose, to set you. Capitalism! Capitalism! Joyce Julius, welcome back. How are you? Let's see. Lovely Love, welcome back. Oh my god, these hands, they don't want to work for me. Hold on, sorry. My shit just ain't working. I don't know why this is not working, but I need to get that cord that Storm sent me. There we go. Uppies for Lovely Love. Yay, good laugh. Welcome back, sweetheart, and welcome back, lovely Yuki. Welcome back to Heart Tao-chan. We love you so much. You are the kindest and sweetest person I was lucky enough to meet, and you brought so much joy into my life. You deserve all that we can give. You're so sweet, honey. You guys give much more than enough. Please know that. Please know that. You guys are absolutely incredible. And for those of you who are not able to like monetarily contribute, please know that just you being here and your kind words and contributing to the overall just pleasant, peaceful vibe of this community, this inclusive, wonderful community, it means the whole world to me. So thank you so much. Beautiful Bubbin, welcome back. Nix Mato Slice, Gem Slice, welcome back. Uppies. Hey, good Nix. Welcome back, Sweetest Set It. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Excellent Elfin. Welcome back, Dearest Dustin. Welcome back, Sweetest Space. Welcome back, Dearest Draconis. Thank you for the head pat, Radical Row. Thank you. Oh my god. I'll be honest, raspy voice Tao is kind of hot. Oh, I'm glad. Oh god, sorry, that was worse. I'm glad that it's at least pleasant for some of you to listen to. I'm sorry for anyone who doesn't like it, but thank you, Lith. I'm glad. Time to throw hands with Tao's hands. Precious Politely, welcome back, honey. How are you? Dearest Duke, welcome on in. Amazing Umbra Uppies. Yay, good Umbra. Thank you so much for coming back. Sweetest Solar, welcome back. Just realized we have a lot of wheels next week. We sure do. I'll let you guys decide what you would like to raffle for, because if you want, you have so many subs on there for next week. I'll let you decide if you want something other than a chibi that we can raffle for. Terrific Try, thank you for coming back to us. I'm excited to listen to the song you requested. Sweetest Shadow, welcome back. Lovely Lith Uppies. Yay, good Lith. Raya, welcome on in. Welcome back. Thank you so much for contributing to the karaoke challenge. Can you even imagine me singing karaoke right now, you guys? Well done on the boss, by the way. Welcome back, lovely little bit. Uppies. Good little bit. Are we not including the subs from today? No, I don't think I've got enough time to put all those subs on from today, but I will be. You guys definitely have a massive wheel for next week. Generally speaking, if you guys have enough for the wheel, at the start of Friday stream, I'll put the wheel together for whoever's there. If you don't, I try and give you the benefit of the doubt, and then I leave it up until we actually start the art stream or finish the art stream, whatever it is. Like if you guys are like 40 or 30 or whatever, I'll leave it up just in case you guys do make it. But since you guys did manage to get to over 50, I think it was 60 actually. I think there's 60 people on here. Then I give you guys the benefit of the doubt for next week, and then you get to start saving up for next week. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure you guys get, like, I try and max out your chances of getting a raffle. The fishing game is going on for a while. Oh, is it broken again? I feel like they've broken it a few times. Welcome in, Cutie Core. How are you? Let's see. Tao, remember we were here voluntarily. As much as you feel seen, we do too, and you built this community. You've lifted my mood when I needed it, and with funny antics and games. You've taught me so much with art, and when I need a break from it, we support each other where and when we can. That's the great thing about this community. That's very true, Sweetest Space. That's so true, and I am so thankful to have wonderful people like you in this community as well, who think the exact same way. Nix, Sweetie Pie, thank you for the uppies. Yay, good Nix. Hi, Cutie Cat. We'll always love and support you. The Patch Pals are a proud ride or die community for you. We have each other's backs and we have yours. You're fucking fantastic and you deserve every bit of the love. Don't have any doubt about it. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I would give Tao so many hugs. I would love some Precious Politely hugs. I would give many hugs to you too, sweetheart. And thank you, Ryo. I appreciate it. How am I? Always a bit better with some Tao in the day. I'm so glad. Lovely politely, I'm so glad. Oh, I would love a Ryo hug. I would give you the tightest hug, sweetheart. Next week, the wheel will be brown again, if we can even see the wheel. That's true. You sound really sick. Are you doing okay? Yeah, I'm actually not sick. I'm just struggling. Let's see. Did someone redeem the raspy Tao voice? No, unfortunately not. Actually, Life. Yeah, Life. A certain user called Life, who is a pain in the ass, redeemed it. Yeah, I've sounded like this since like yesterday. Welcome back, Nick's my toast slice, jam slice. The next wheel is going to be insane. I'm so excited to see it, honestly. It's really cool. It kind of puts me into a trance when I get to watch it go around and around and around. You guys, please do vote in the poll that Strat just put up. How is the music volume? I think it's best to keep the rest for next week. It would take a while. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, it's not a broken fishing game. Just lots and lots of subs now. Oh, that's right. I forgot that it does roll with subs. Roll, fish, reel, throw the lure. Go to Mama Townie Sucks. I did go give him a pet during our break. Lovely little bit. Welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you so much for the uppies. Good little bit. Let me see here. Hi there, Terrific Taki. Welcome in. How are you? Which is the better or tastier sounding name? They're the exact same berry, just different names. Sunberry or blackcurrant? And just FYI, sunberries are blackcurrants. I think sunberry sounds really pleasant. I feel like that's a very optimistic sounding fruit. Next, we will not have a wheel. We will use the picker just so we don't waste time. Oh, actually, that's a good point, Strat. I forgot about our picker. I just wanted to get the number past 1,000. I may have underestimated the pals. We just, like, for those of you who've just come in, the Precious Pals have just astoundingly beaten our all-time record that you guys established like a month ago. I think our all-time record is now level 20. Level 20 hype train. That's crazy, you guys. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Did you happen to tell Nath about what happened? Just curious. He's at work at the moment, but I am absolutely going to tell him what you guys have done when he gets home. Yeah, he there's also a chance that he may have been lurking. He may have texted me. I haven't looked at many messages. I did a voice message to an actual IRL friend of mine who was kind of lurking in the chat and was like, "Are you good, Tao?" I did a message to him just being like, "Nope, not really." But that's all I did during my break, and go pet the dog. Blackcurrant sounds like an awesome rock band name. It actually does. Oh, Black Space Current would be so good, Lith. I do like that. I swear if Tal tells us to plant a tree, we'll make a whole rainforest. Yo, I want a rainforest. Let's make a rainforest. That's good for the earth. So our new goal is to break level 20. No, you don't need to do that. You guys are way too sweet. You've done so much more than enough. Do not worry. Also good, you guys are pretty happy with the music volume. We're gonna spin our wheel for those of you who don't know, and I'm also going to say thank you. I'm gonna run back through and say thank you so much to everybody who contributed to this. I'm so sorry I fell behind with the giving of the hearts with the hands, but I am going to read every single person who contributed to that incredible hype train and just contributed in general. But first I'll do this wheel, okay? Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, lovely Taki. I appreciate it. Thank you. Trust me, not many channels our size get this kind of support. It's all thanks to everyone's generosity and their love for you, and because you are such a ray of sunshine to us all. Strat, you can't say things like that. I'm gonna cry again. I wish I felt like a ray of sunshine. Okay. So, this is for a chibi. This is our chibi raffle. Whoever it lands on gets me to draw a free chibi style art piece for them. We will see who wins right now. Hi, beautiful bad. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Huggles for awesome Aussie. Oh, look! It looks like Alec got a chibi. Strat, do you mind, I don't actually, is Alec on the Discord? You let him know? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, I'm sorry. I'm coming with the tissues. Thank you, Strat. Please do. Alec is on Discord. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Yeah, if you could let him know, that'd be amazing. And then we got to decide what we want to work on today. But before we do that, I am going to run through and say thank you ever so much from the first thing that was sent today. It all started with Beautiful Band and the $50 donation. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. Aussie, thank you for gifting that sub to lovely Lil Bit. Lith, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for resubbing. Sweetest Storm, thank you for the gifted. Yuki, thank you so much
Should
for
Uncle
the...
Storm drive really fast towards Tasmania, so his car skips across base straight like a skipping stone, so he can drive down and give Tao a hug?
It's so cute, Storm. Maybe not, just because I don't know if your car is gonna get across the Bass, even if you drive really fast. I hope we made your day a little better, Tal. Life's been rough for you, and you deserve all the love and joy we can give you. Oh, thank you, lovely Lith. I appreciate it. Rouge, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you, hon. It's been a minute. Lith, you guys make my day better every day. Even when I'm not streaming, when I get to read your words and the good mains and stuff on the Discord, it makes me so happy. Challenge accepted? No. Starts shopping for flights to Taz. I'm the train conductor. Good job, beautiful band. You are indeed. It may not show on Twitch because Twitch is not connected to Streamlabs, but you are effectively our train conductor. You are indeed. But yes, dearest Dustin, thank you so much for the resub. Storm, thank you for the gifted sub. Yuki, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Dustin for the 10 gifted. Lovely Lith for the 20 gifted. Huxley for the 5. Lith for the... Sorry. I can't read. Lith for the 10. Lovely Little Bit for the 2. Strap for the fucking insane 50. Beautiful Bear for the 100 biddies. Lovely Lith for the 15 gifted. Beautiful Bear for then the 1,000 biddies. Beautiful Bam for then the $100, the $100 US. Orca for the resub. Sweetest Strap for another fucking insane 50. Storm for the 5. Lith for the 5. Vash for the 10. Lith for the 50. Nobody for the 5. Beautiful Band for the 5. Amazing Umbra for the 100. The 100 is crazy. Lovely Lab for the 10. Thank you so much. Vash for the 10. Thank you. Lovely Lith for the 5. Delightful Doodly. Thank you so much for following and then promptly gifting 5. Precious Politely for the 20. Umber for the 20. Storm for the 10. Thank you all so much. Amazing Aussie, thank you for the 100 biddies. Beautiful Band, thank you for another 10 gifted. Ryo, thank you so much for gifting 2 more subs. Sweetest Solar, thank you for gifting 5. Sweetest Storm, thank you for the 100 biddies. And Lovely Lith for the 69. And fuck, Beautiful Band for, is that $150 US, I think? Because it comes through as 211 Australian. So I think that's pretty close. Thank you guys so much. I don't think I could imagine a better community than this. You guys are so fucking wonderful. I need to stop crying. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm crying so often. I'm just... Dude, I have the most unhealthy coping mechanisms, and then you guys make me feel like loved anyway. Okay, let me get our art stuff ready. Give me just a second. Gotta open up our... Ah, God, I need to get the tears out of my eyes. I can't fucking see. Alright, hold on a second. Hopefully it'll pop up in a moment. Okay, that's the wrong computer. I have too many computers listed on here because I keep on getting renamed. Fulcrum, hi there, fabulous Fulcrum. Welcome in. How are you, hon? It's good to see you. saw that I got a gifted sub, so I wanted to say, hop in and say sup. Hey, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. Holy crap. How's the podcast going, hun? It's really good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. I'm so glad you got gifted a sub. That's fucking sick. Excellent, excellent. Currently in a D&D campaign. Oh, that's okay. Is it the D&D campaign that I got to sit in on when I was visiting? Probably not gonna stay. That's okay. No worries. Have a great D&D campaign. Give everyone my hugs and kisses. Thank you for dropping in though, hon. I appreciate it. You guys, so we have a few options of what to work on today. We've got I was talking in the Discord about continuing on with our starting soon Monster Hunter screen, because we're going to be playing some Monster Hunter. Clearly we'll be playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. Thank you for the bleep, Fulcrum, much appreciated. Oh yeah, we haven't worked on this one for a while, Suda Space Cat, but yeah, so it's me and I think Nagakuga gear, is that right? And then we have, what monster is that behind me? Is that the new one with the chains, the chain? Hi, Precious Patricia, welcome on in. How are you? Sometimes we need a good cry. Hopefully it's a good release for such a terrific Tassie Tiger. I hope for better times coming your way. Thank you so much, Terrific Tinge. How are you? Ray Dow, that's it, Ray Dow. J-Dog, welcome in. Lovely J-Dog. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. It has been quite a while since we saw this one. It has, and I'm happy to redo it if you guys want to put a different monster, if you want me to be riding a monster or something like that. So when we put it up, this will be considered the Monster Hunter starting. Okay, so that's what that will be. 1 second, I'm going to tab out. And we've also got, we have our, speaking of D&D, since Fulcrum is playing some D&D, this is an option we have. This will be the Storm, this will be called Storm Pick, okay? This is for Storm. It's only in the sketch phase right now. But yeah, so that's Storm Pick, and then let's see. Oh, we keep on working. We have 2 different Tau outfits we could work on. We've got this one, which is my Geralt outfit, okay? And then we've got this one that lovely and sweetest Seru actually designed. So that's Geralt outfit, and then this will be Seru outfit. Which we're working on coloring right now. Here, this is what it looks like. Right there. Okay. And I think we might have one more option. Let me see. Ryo, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. And Magnificent Mastiff, how are you? Thanks for popping in. Are we done with your Witcher one? No, we're not. Yuki, since Yuki is here, I think this is gonna be a surprise to you because I was spending this morning kind of working on it a bit, but lovely Yuki, this is where I am with yours. If you would like me to work on this on stream and you can give me live feedback, that would be totally fine. I hope that you like her. I'm really excited. I think she's coming out pretty cool. I also, that's looking so cool. Do you like it? That's adorable. Do you like her? I also, is Yuki here? She may have, oh yeah, that would be cool. That's beautiful. I'm so glad you like it. I also put something hidden here. If we get rid of all of that. Do you see the face? It's a scary vampiric face that you won't actually see unless you are looking at that specific section of the outfit. And I was thinking that we could actually have it glow, maybe, for certain, like maybe in like certain light or something, like maybe when you go like vampiric form or something. And then I've also got this little bit up here. Hold on. Really subtle little stripes and stuff that I figure are gonna be, yeah, like really subtle, but then they would pop up and like reflect or glow. Again, in like vampiric form if you want. But yeah, so that'll be Yuki ref, okay? So I'm gonna put all these on the poll. You love the design? Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. Nyx, Umbra, and Valentine. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the sub. I might have joined at the wrong time because Strimmer was crying. I'm so sorry, Valentine. No, please don't worry. I normally am not crying. Normally I'm very cheery and stuff. I've just been having a rough time recently, and then the pals were very, very supportive. But it's such a pleasure to have you, Valentine. Please don't be put off. I promise. Normally I'm very I love to make you guys feel good and happy. I swear I don't do this too often. Sorry. Wanted to pop in and see how you were doing, but I'm gonna head out for now and come back in later when I can share stuff. All good, Patricia. Thanks for dropping in, hun. I love the coloring. You pretty much read my mind. The face is such a fantastic idea. So kawaii. Okay, awesome. So happy to hear it. Lies. She normally cries when we shower her with love. Normally it's a little bit more happy, I think, but I was overwhelmed with joy. So thank you so much. Yuki's so cute. Yuki is so cute. All right, let me see what to work on today. We got our Monster Cheese starting screen. Wouldn't that be funny? Monster Hunter starting. We've got our Storm art. We've got the Seru outfit. We got the Geralt outfit, and we've got Yuki's ref. Okay, I'll give you guys 3 minutes. Please vote. Let me know what you would like to work on. I'll run through these one more time. This is the Yuki ref. This is the Geralt one. This is the Geralt outfit. Don't worry about it. If I had a nickel for all the streams I saw the first time crying, I'd have 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I have been folded into this. That's fair, hon. That's fair. This is the Seru outfit. If you vote for that, here, this is what it actually will look like when we color it. This is the Storm piece right here. And I think that's, oh wait, sorry. And then the starting soon, the Monster Hunter one is right here. And if you guys vote for the Monster Hunter one, I will let you decide whether you want to keep going with this one or if you want to come up with a different starting soon, because this one's a pretty old piece. But yeah, Monster Cheese is indeed good. It is pretty good. It's not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. Exactly. Besides, I am working right now, 3 a.m., so I'll mostly be lurking unless my perfect attention span allows it. All good, Valiant Valentine. Well, it's a pleasure to have you in here, sweetheart. I hope that work isn't too boring and that you are feeling well rested and peaceful at 3 a.m. Monster Cheese doesn't sound that good, but what Monster Hunter Monster's milk do you think would make the best cheese? Isn't there like a cow adjacent one? Tao cried during last train too. Maybe it's the train allergies. You guys have given me train allergies. Exactly. Thank you for the lurk, lovely little bit. I really do appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you. Oh, Royal Ludruth would actually probably make pretty good milk. Milk. Sorry, cheese. That was very strange. It was a Freudian slip of some kind. You guys, you only got 1 minute left, but it looks like you guys want to work on Yuki's ref. Fuck, I can't talk today. Yuki, are you Yuki, you're the ref. Are you going to be available to give me some live feedback on stuff? 12 hours nighttime shift. It's, well, let's just say if I can watch in my work time, I don't have much to worry about. Oh, yay! Oh, I'm so sorry. My voice is broken. Val, thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear that. I really hope that I can entertain and make you smile a little bit during your evening of work. This is so fucking cute. Did you make this? Is this from a fan? Yeah, this is my art, sweetheart. This is my art. Yeah, we I was letting you guys vote on if you wanted to work on this one, but it looks like you want to work on Yuki, which is this one. I'm here at least for 5 more hours. Perfection. That's about how long we'll be here for, so that's perfect. He has a sponge monster, would probably make interesting cheese, a soft cheese, perhaps. Valiant Valentine, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I'm sorry, you guys. I just want to say thank you again. I just want to say thank you again for the amazing support earlier. I'm still kind of flabbergasted, you know. Thank you. I'm lagging though a bit, it seems. Might have to restart stream if it gets too bad. That's all right, hun. I'll just stay in whatever position I have the piece in, so that you can, like, when I'm asking for any kind of input. But yeah, lovely. I would love to know if you have any input for anything here. We'll go over all the specifics. We'll scroll from here. So I've given you some like gradient here. Oh, also I forgot to give you. Oh yes, there we go. I also gave you a little hint of red in the right side there. Just one streak, and then a white one on the side. And then I've got some other white here. Do you want any of these white bits in the hair to be red as well? Or do you kind of like that the specific little tuft of red? Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. And thank you for the... Okay, Vash, we will switch to a PNG. But first, let me say hello. Very, very warm welcome to the exceptional chef. Hello there, amazing titanium chef. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. You guys, this is the absolutely outstanding titanium chef who hath graced us with their culinary prowess from the land down under. This chill streamer whips up delectable dishes fit for royalty, like banh mi and mushroom risotto. Their kitchen is a realm of flavor where every meal is a feast for the senses. Join their court for a chatty, thigh-tastic time. DC Raid, the sharks have been fed and are ready to chill. Oh my gosh, well, that's wonderful because I am in a very chill mood today, sweethearts. I'm in a very chill mood. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, Cutie Chef, and Exceptional Evelyn, welcome on in. Crux, welcome on in. Thank you so very much to Crux and Evelyn for the follows. Welcome to both of you. Oh, of course, my trackers decided to stop working on me. Hold on one second. I've been having a multitude of issues in my life right now. Thank you so much for the follows, you guys. Welcome to the pouch. You are both now officially Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Marsha Rue, welcome on in. Precious Purple, welcome. Chef, what were you working on today, if I may ask? If you don't tell me, I'm going to just show everybody on stream what an amazing chef you are. You guys, Titanium Chef is an absolutely incredible sweetheart, but insanely good chef. Amazing food. Does a lot of stuff from like video games, anime, stuff like that. Magnificent Marsh, thank you so very much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a Pouch Pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk, Magnificent Maid. And you made banh mi. Did you want to post any pics in the Discord so that I can show everybody? I mean, regardless of what you tell me, I'm going to show everybody your amazing food anyway. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see here. Where is our lovely chef? 1 second. I'm just Titanium Chef. Oops. Oh, please. Why aren't you showing this in the recipe and food pics? Hold on. Maybe I'll wait until you say something and then maybe I can figure it out. Let me see. You shall? Amazing. I can't wait to show everybody. If I missed any messages, you guys, again, normally I said don't resend them. You can resend them today. I'm really slow today. By the way, Tao, I might not be able to show up as much because of my job, though I'll do my best to show up when I can. That's a-okay, lovely Ryo. Whenever you're able to come on in, you know we're going to welcome you with open arms. Thank you so much for coming in. Actually, while you post it, Chef, I hope you don't mind if I show your lovely community my little intro video. Please, though, also let us know when your next stream will be, sweetheart.
VTuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
Tao Tazzy Tiger.
What's your nickname?
Tao.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
Tao Tazzy art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess, I tell you all the time.
Favorite food?
Corn,
Favorite drink?
TV static,
Favorite manga?
Noragami,
Favorite anime?
also Noragami,
Favorite game?
Witcher 3,
Music?
glass animals,
Biggest fear?
water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Bobby, and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Thank you so much for sitting around while I show you guys that. But look at this. This is one of Chef's most recent delicacies. Look at these things. Doesn't it look incredible? I gotta say, I really love the touch of like having the little seeds. That's so good. That was so cute. Oh my God, was that Rhythm Heaven? It's just a little intro video that was going around a few years ago, and I got to the trend a little bit late, and so I'm just like, now it's ageless, so I just put it in. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Magnificent Moshru. Thank you. That red streak looks pretty good, but the one streak is enough. If you could, I'd love 1 or 2 streaks into the darker blue. Oh yeah, I could do that. Do you want me to, so none of the white in the hair? You just want like the white streaks? You want that to maybe be blue? Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't it? Hold on, let me show you some more. Here we go. Let me see, wait, this is Ivy's mushroom risotto and gourmet meat rice bowl from the unofficial Zelda cookbook. And you guys, here's the thing. Chef actually cooks these live on stream. He is an amazing cook. And look at this. He's just got like such an eye for aesthetics, don't you think? Not just an eye for aesthetics. He's clearly got an amazing eye for, fuck, that looks good. Oh my God. Fucking yum. Looks so good. Sweetest Silverclaw, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. For some reason, I thought that you had followed, but thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Let me see here. We have lots of delicious food and very talented chefs in our midst. But since we just got a raid from our beloved chef, look at this resume for wedding cakes. This is incredible. Cutie Kitty Lo, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much. I really should use some of the video game cookbooks I have. You should. Oh, here's another one. So this is Otakoton themed cook up. So takoyaki, octopus cocktail franks, and otako sunrise cocktail. Look how pretty this is. I would drink the shit out of that. You just put the banh mi? Amazing. I will definitely have to show everybody. Just giving them just whetting their palate for the banh mi with your other amazing food here. Got an email saying I got gifted a sub, so now I'm here. Well, thank you so much for coming in, dearest Divine. I appreciate it. Yes, we had some incredible shows of support today, and I am so eternally grateful to you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for the care package as well, dearest Divine. You have the Sonic, Street Fighter, and Final Fantasy XIV one, the one that I need to return to a friend. Nice. Well, cook something from it, and oh my God, tofu and chicken banh mi. These are my 2 favorite things in banh mi, chicken and tofu. That's literally the only 2 things I'll get in banh mi. I would fuck with this so hard. Did you make the bread from scratch? It looks so good. That looks incredible, chef. Oh my goodness. Also, yeah, isn't his plating just extraordinary? I would love to just see your dishes, like your dishes cabinet, you know? I think that would be so cool. You probably have a bazillion really fun, quirky themed dishes that when you set them up for consumption for the photo, it's like perfect. Let's see, such yummy food. I'm getting distracted. I know, me too. So I made the bread at work, not on stream. That's smart though. Yeah, you're a baker by profession? Is that correct, chef? You're making me more hungry. I've ate just cheese bread today too. Oh, well, you should get some of the tofu and chicken, I think. Actually, tofu and chicken that way. That looks incredible, darling. Thank you so much for sharing this amazing food and your amazing community as well. I really do appreciate it. I can't look at the amazing stuff Chef makes. They make me hungry every time. Chef is too good. Chef is amazing. Yes. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. That is delicious. Oh, man. Oh, delicious, delicious. You guys, again, please go check out and give lovely Chef a follow if you haven't yet. Chef is an amazing, amazing culinary artist. Also a very fun nerd in the best possible way. Like I said, makes a lot of stuff from movies, TV, games, anime, stuff like that. And he's also just one of the sweetest people that you've ever met. So please, please, please go and show him some love. Go and show him some support. He is also a fellow Aussie streamer. I've been trying to get my Aussie accent to like settle down when I'm doing voiceover, because I've had people be like, hey, I'm looking for a general American accent. I'm like, fuck. Don't ban anybody. That food, oishisugi mitai. What is I know oishisugi, very, very tasty. What is mitai again? Definitely need to learn more recipes so I can improve my health. Yeah, you should, dearest Divine. You should. Thank you so much for that next shout out, or second shout out for lovely Titanium Chef. And welcome into your lovely community, sweetheart. Yeah, I know oishisugi is tasty, but I wonder what mitai is. Hi there, Emogoth. How are you, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you again. It seems or looks like, oh, yummy. Okay, so it looks really tasty. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Thank you. I'll slowly learn Japanese from you. All right, darlings. Well, let's get into this. So we want to get, and beautiful Yuki, please just let me know if I'm doing anything wrong, if you don't like something that I'm doing. I will give you the deep blue here. That's not quite as deep as it should be, probably, huh? Oops. What do you think of that? Do you like that? Oops, hold on. There's a little bit of white on this side too. Do you want it to be a darker blue? Do you want it to be like this kind of blue instead? Or do you like that? Promote your new YouTube clip. Don't forget to sub, pals. Yes, good point, Strat. Good point. All right, 1 second. Let me open that up. We will watch that real quick. 1 sec. Hold on, I'm just gonna pause that. Let's watch this new clip real quick.
You have a very wavy hand. Do you know what? I can have 2 very wavy hands. Beware. Beware. You don't want to tempt me. You don't want to know if I have a third one.
Or do we?
Do you know what else I can do with my hands? I can vaguely threaten you with my machetes in my hands. And I can whisk them around like totally normal people do!
Normal.
You have a very wavy hand. You know what?
The use of that Simpsons meme is so funny.
Beware.
One more
You
time.
don't want to tempt me. You don't want to know if I have a third one.
Or do we?
Do you know what else I can do with my hands? I can vaguely threaten you with my machetes in my hands. And I can whisk them around like totally normal people do!
Normal.
Uncharacteristic! Listen, I am uncharacteristic. That's really funny, Strat. Excellent work. You guys, it is true. We do have a YouTube channel over on YouTube. I can't fucking think today. If you decide to subscribe, it is free over there, and you get wonderful shorts that Strat expertly edits for us and makes absolutely hilarious stuff out of. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it, Strat. Excellent work. Let's see. So keep the one in the pony white, you reckon? Sure. Let me try that. And then we'll make it a darker blue for the rest of it. Oh, Emogoth, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, 1 sec. Okay. Cutie Chef, I'm so sorry. Did I miss when you said your next stream was going to be, darling? I am so sorry if I did. Please feel free to resend that, because I would love for people to come and join you. It's not unusual for Aussie adjacent people to have a knife. That's true. Especially if you're traipsing through the talk line. YouTube channel and YouTubing. Exactly, makes sense. Yeah, it's understandable that Taz broken after all the chaos earlier. It's true. We had some incredible support, unbelievable support today, and I am not I'm not normal about it. All right, let me get you some darker blues here. Oh, also, I am so sorry. I just realized that like an hour ago, Vash redeemed our little PNG. So let me do that real quick. Hold on. I will just hide here. Whee! Hi, I'm here now like this. Forgot to do that. Next Tuesday, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. I almost said Dandard time, like standard time, but with a D. With more cooking. Yummy! Do you know what you're going to be cooking, Terrific Titanium Chef? You guys, please go check out Lovely Chef. He's going to be cooking next Tuesday, and you will want to arrive with some food. Otherwise, you will be growling. Your tummy will be growling the whole time. We are almost at 1K hours of watch time. Thank you, pals, for all the support. Please continue watching the VODs. It helps us a lot, and we are so close to getting monetized there. Yes, you guys, please, please, please continue watching those VODs, even if it's just in the background. It really does help. Raya, thank you for the clicky song. I appreciate it. I mean, if you need a vacation with physical work, Tao, I'm moving in 8 days. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, hey, I would love to help you move. Keep the ponytail. Why? I said, the blue tone. Wait, the ponytail? Like over here, like this bit? Yeah, I'll keep that white. Do you not want the rest of it blue though? Like all this part? Like that? Holy shit, Storm. Thank you so much for 1,000 watch hours. That's crazy. Not yet. I'll probably decide this weekend what to cook. How good. You guys, whatever he winds up cooking is going to be incredible. Please, please go check out Lovely Chef. And Chef, thank you so much for bringing your lovely community, and I promise to take the best care of them. Raiders, if you do need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. We're going to be live for about another 5 hours or so. So we'd love to have you if you feel like lurking. You're also welcome to request some music using our song request redeem. And yeah. Ozzy, thank you so much for almost 900 hours of watch time, and Strap for 1,100. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Absolutely outstanding. I do not know what 1,100 hours of watch time looks like. That's crazy. The pony on the forehead. Oh, the pony on the forehead. I've never heard of it being called a pony. Okay, keep that white. Gotcha. Okay, Yuki. Sorry. So the fringe or the bangs, you want that to stay white? Do you want the blue in the ponytail then? Like in the pigtail? Speaking of hours, how goes the hours progress for YouTube? Oh, Strat just mentioned it. Strat said that we're approaching 1,000 hours, and we're very, very grateful for your guys' amazing support. That's just Twitch. I have way more hours than that. That's true, you do, Strat. Thank you so much. Blue in the pigtail. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Cool. Let me, oops, not that. That's not the dark color. Alrighty, let's see here. I may have been saying goodbye to visitors during that. That's okay, hun. You're all good. I hope that you had a good time with your visitors. Oh my gosh, Chef, thank you so much for 404 watch hours, darling. I really appreciate it. That is very, very kind of you, sweetheart. Holy crap. I really appreciate you being a cutie pie lurky turkey. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Hi there, Precious Porato. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? There we go. What do you think of that, sweetie? Do you like that? Do you like the differentiation of the red and the blue, and then the white in the middle? How are you doing, Precious Porato? Sorry, I'm waving and you can't even see me because I got my PNG on. I did find a song, but I am uncertain about whether AI was used in its construction. Oh, fair enough. Probably a good idea not to request it if we don't know. Usually Google's doing a pretty good job of, if you like Google the artist's quote unquote. That's a cute PNG. Thank you. I made it myself. I'm so glad you like it, Sweetest Silverclaw. You like that? Okay. Let me put that on this one as well. Oops. Remember, sweetheart, you are more than welcome. This is your character. You are welcome to tell me if I show you something and then you don't like it. Just feel free to let me know, and then I can, we can rewind. Okay? What do you think of your little tattoo here? Do you like the subtlety? I figured that things like the little drops on the, like, that are very subtle, when you like turn your Live 2D model, I could put almost like a shimmer on it, kind of like if that was like a sparkly eyeshadow sort of, where you don't really quite notice it until it moves, until you like move your head, kind of. And we could do that with this as well, and with the little stripies on your shoulders right here. And of course, we can also just get rid of those if you don't like those little tidbits. That's totally fair as well. Just let me know. Oh, I will. Good, awesome. Thank you, sweetheart. I want to make sure you love it. I'm good. Been busy with work travel, but can't complain. I hope you're enjoying it, sweetheart. I really do. It's a problem, Tao. The artist doesn't come up at all, but a likely associated composer comes up who uses AI tools for mixing rather than composing. Oh, okay, I see. Hi there, Kalne. How are you? I have been summoned via the power of a random gift sub. Gods, what's good? Hey, sweetheart, welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in, and congrats on getting that gift sub. You are now officially a part of the plush pouch, as we call it. I hope that you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Normally, I'm a bit higher energy and my voice is a bit smoother, but I've broken it recently, so I do apologize. But welcome on in, Kalne. Hope you're having a good one, whatever time it is for you. I already loved it when you showed it before. What a cool idea. Okay, great. Awesome. Do you see anything else? Oh, I also have some here that almost like I'm picturing it as kind of, at least on these upper thighs, kind of, it actually will basically trace that same shape. And so when you move and the skirt or dress part kind of flares up a little bit, you'll be able to see just a little underneath. If you like that, we can also get rid of that bit if you think that's a little bit too much. What do you think of the song so far? I like it a lot. I really like that song. Terrific try. Thank you so much for requesting it. Calde, may I ask what kind of games and stuff do you like? Are you mostly an artist, maybe? Grabby, hi, gorgeous Grabby. How are you? Here's how people see the world. Optimist. The glass is half full. Pessimist. What are you talking about? It's half empty. Curious. Is this a glass of water? Patrick. No, this is Patrick. Hi, gorgeous Grabby. Welcome on in. Bang. Found another one that I have evidence results for. Ah, thank you very much, Storm. Thank you very much. I'm glad you liked it. I did. Terrific try. Thank you so much. Let me see here. All right. Yeah, if you see anything that you would like, I noticed I kind of like the implied nudity in this way, just a tease. The lines lining up that way is really cool. Awesome. So glad you liked that. Also, I gave you little tiny flowers on your footwear. I forgot what it's called. I'm so sorry. You literally told me and I am so sorry. But yeah, do you like the kind of little flower suggestion there? Is your voice okay? Not really, Grabby. I've been having a rough one for the last little while, and I hurt my voice. Get some tea with lemon and honey, girl. Yeah, I've already had like a bunch of honey in some warm water and stuff, but I play games and do 2D and 3D art. Oh, that's awesome, Kalne. Well, sweetheart, if you would like to join the Discord and chat with other precious pals, you're welcome to. Or if you want to share your safe for work, as long as it's safe for work artwork, you are welcome to do that too. You're sick? No, I'm not sick. Actually, shockingly, my throat doesn't actually hurt. It's just broken. I've been doing too much with it. The flowers are pretty. I'm wondering if you can make them look more snowflakey. You mean like having like some little extra details, kind of like hold on, that's screen. Let me grab the right color. screen. Kind of like that kind of pattern, like that. I think that'll look like a, especially when you zoom out. I think that'll look kind of snowflakey, yeah. One sec. I'll do one side here, and then you can tell me what you think, okay? And if you don't like it, I'll just start over on the pattern. Yeah, you had that lovely little bit, sweetheart. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you very much for coming in. Pretty sure they're called thongs in Australia. Yeah, they are. That's true, man. But I think it's a specific type of Japanese footwear. So I was like, oh, I know that Yuki told me what it was actually called. And I was like, I've forgotten. Let's see. My art mostly consists of making maps for world building, trying to dabble in making characters, but still learning on that front. That's really cool though, Kelne. That sounds like a really interesting, like subject matter. If you'd like to share some with us. Tao towed too hard, now her voice is towered. Towered. Don't worry though. Tao will be towing like normal and no towm. You know what? You deserve this. Let me see. Jet, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. And you as well, Storm. Geta? Geta or Gita? Oh! Thank you for feeding me, Sweetest Silverclaw. I'm sorry you can't see it right now because I've got my my PNG up, but I hope that you know I happily devoured all of those delectable coins. Thank you. There we go. So when we zoom out, do you like that? Do you like that look? Does that look snowflakey enough for you, hon? Or do you want me to make it a little bit geta? Or would you like me to redo it and make it look a bit more snowflakey? You love that? Okay, great. Awesome. I could even, let me see here. I could even put little it'll look very elaborate, ornate, quite princess-like the more like details I put in here. Yeah, I think that looks even more like snowflakes now. Okay, cool. As long as you like that, I will do that for all these. Yuki looks super cute. I love the little wing anklets. Aren't they cute? That was all her idea. I love them. They're so cute. Subtle, I do like. If I get another chibi, you know who's getting it, Tao? Who's getting it? Lovely Jet. Ooh, fuck, sorry. Actually, before I forget, I'll put the little holes in the middles. Not there. Yeah, I think that's looking really cool, actually. I think that's really pretty. Midnight Man, nice, Jet, nice. Do we got the Discord command here? We do, Kalne, we do. Thank you, Nix. That's the one. Yeah, sweetheart. Just please make sure that you carefully read the rules because there is a keyword that if you don't put it into your verification message, we will know that you didn't read the rules. We have to have specific rules because this community is the core tenet of this community is a very safe and secure, considerate place. So I want to make sure that everybody who is coming in is well aware that like some of the negativity, teasing, or trolling that might be acceptable in other communities is not acceptable in this one. So we have some extra rules that I'd really appreciate if you could carefully read. And then once you're done reading it, just put that verification message in the chat. And then you will be able to join us. And I'm looking forward to seeing your beautiful artwork. Dang it, I knew I missed one thing to write down when I read it. Oopsie. Oh, that's all right, J-Dog. Thank you for coming in. Usually we also try to make sure that we have a good understanding of who people are before they jump into the Discord. So if you would like to like hang out with us for a little bit and chat, J-Dog, that'd be awesome. I'd love to get to know you a little bit better, sweetheart. If that's okay.
Hello!
Hello! Sorry, my voice is so fucked. Hello, Cutie Caution. Welcome on in. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the care package, Asamazi. Much appreciated, darling. Paid my respects to an icon today. Who's that, Cutie Caution? Did you lose somebody special in your life, sweetheart? 1 second. Sorry, I'm just gonna edit our, let's see. There we go. All right. I'm going to finish these little snowflakes, and then we'll go on a quick break. Okay, cutie pies? I love you guys. I love you guys so much. Sorry, it's so random, but I do. I don't know what I'd do without you. Even on my worst days, you guys are always there, and you're so sweet and supportive and thoughtful and patient. I don't think I've got any friends that would bear with me for hours and hours while I cry and say the same thing over and over, and you guys do it so often. Thank you so much. Not exactly close and personal, but he definitely influenced me. Reverend Jesse Jackson. Oh, I don't know that person, hon, but I'm sorry for your loss. Kalne, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming on in. You mind me posting the chibi you made of me in art? No, go for it, Jet. Go for it, sweetheart. You're more than welcome to. I'm really bad about doing that. If I ever make a chibi for you guys, it is or any art for you guys actually, unless I specifically say for some reason, which I've never said, so I don't think I ever will. But unless I say something like, "Hey, don't post this," you're welcome to post it as long as you give credit, and you can post it pretty much wherever you want, as long as you don't use it for any AI training or anything like that. I once had a moment where I cried on stream. Was embarrassing for sure, but people are so supportive. But I did tell myself never again because I just felt that awkward about crying on stream, even though I know it's all right. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I don't feel too awkward about crying on stream, but I feel guilty about it, if that makes sense. Like, I think I feel like, no, I know that I feel like I genuinely want to be a place for you guys to kind of get away from how you're feeling and some of the stress and struggles that the real world brings. And I really, really want to be this positive force of good or at least distraction for you. And when I am crying or too low energy or something, I just feel like I'm betraying that vibe that I really want to give. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm totally not saying that I don't think you guys would like support me in it. I know you would. You do. You do. But it's just, yeah, I wouldn't say I feel awkward. I just feel guilty because I just personally don't like when I do it. And when I'm doing it like multiple times a month, I'm just like, fuck, I am failing what I am setting out to do, you know? But as you guys can tell, I just lose control when I'm crying too hard. I just can't stop. So I'm sorry if anyone has come in today and been like, "Oh, I'm so excited to find my comfort streamer and spend time with her and forget about all of my stresses and worries," and then you come in and I'm like, sorry. But thank you so much. Really, you guys, you're gonna get so sick of me saying thank you. Let me see here 1 second. Saw a VTuber that has ears when she took her hair off. She has actual cat ears that are also bald. That's really funny. That's gold. I love that. You can distract me anytime. Thank you, Precious Politely. You're so sweet, honey. Guilty is probably a better word for it than awkward. Oh yeah, guilty, yeah. Just a quick reminder for anyone who just joined the Discord, you will only get verified if you type the keyword in the verification channel. That's true. Please make sure you carefully read the rules, you guys, because there is a keyword in there that you need to add, okay? Tao-chan, do not be sorry. We're all human or almost human after all, and true emotions make us relate much more in all situations. That's fair, lovely Yuki. That's fair. Don't say thank you anymore. My back is hurting. Can't dodge them anymore. Yeah, Strat is I abuse Strat on a regular basis because I'm just like, oh, Strat, thank you so much for your amazing help. Thank you so much for your amazing contribution. Strat, thank you so much for making those awesome clips. Strat, thank you so much. And he's like, oh, stop. Stop. Stop thanking me. Let me see here. Strat is such a stand-up individual. He is. I don't know what I would do without. I don't know what I would do without you guys, of course, but like on a back end, I don't know what I would do without Strat. Strat is. I've said this before, but I don't think. Yeah, some of you wouldn't have been here, but Strat is literally the reason that YouTube is going as well as it is, and he is also the reason that a lot of things get done in this chat. He is the reason we have a lot of our commands. He hears you guys and he goes, they would like this, and so he works hard and he makes it happen so fast. In fact, I would love a little thank you so much, Strat, for lifting some of that weight off of Tao message in the chat, because whoa, this is a very loud song. Sorry, we gotta skip that one. Just dropped the map I was working on in Discord. Take a break to start learning characters, though. Oh, cool. Okay, sounds good, Kitty Culnate. I'll have a quick look. Hi there, Precious Poogie. Welcome on in. How are you? And Ryo, thank you, sweetheart, for saying I'm not failing. I appreciate that, darling. I hope Tao is doing okay. We all love you and hope you succeed in every aspect of your life. Thank you, lovely Lolbit. I really appreciate that, darling. Back at you, sweetheart. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Sweetest Strat. Yeah. Do that some more. I believe Strat-kun likes the abuse. Why else would he offer to be eaten by yours truly when hunger strikes? That's true. He did volunteer his body and soul to you, didn't he? Let me see here. Sorry, I've fallen behind a little bit. That editing work Strat does is good stuff. Agreed. Yeah, 100%. He does so much on the back end as well. Like he's reworking our rules and stuff so that they're clearer, and I can do, once my voice fucking straightens up, I can do an actual like narrative read, so that the pals who don't really like to read long stuff or can't read long stuff can still join the pouch and know what to expect. And he's doing that largely by himself. So yeah, he's doing a lot of stuff, and keep in mind, this is while he's got his other like IRL job and family obligations and stuff. He's amazing. He's so, yeah, he's incredible. Let's see. Thank you so much, Strat. Hunga, hi there, lovely Hunga. How are you? Pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. Welcome. How are things going, darling? Ratio, honestly, from my short time here, Strat seems like such a pillar of this community, making me feel so welcome in my first stream in. Not that anyone wasn't, but it's appreciated. I'm so happy to hear that, precious Poratio. Yeah, Strat is a very, very sweet, very attentive person in general, and I'm so glad that that's also reflecting onto you and other newer pals. When I'm not able to keep up with chat and stuff, he's so good at keeping everyone engaged and being like, oh yeah, sorry, Tao's a little bit busy with this thing, but she'll reply to you soon. And, you know, in the meantime, how are you? You know, he's very engaging. Yeah, he's wonderful. Thank you so much, Strat. Thank you for your hard work and dedication and just everything that you do. I think the thing that I appreciate the most about you, Strat, is how stable you are, how balanced and strong you are. I never worry about like you know, bringing like whatever's going on in your life. You've never, you know, taken out on the pouch or anything like that, and that can be difficult, you know, when you got a lot of stuff going on. Just, yeah, It's really, really lovely to have someone that I can trust to constantly be so stable. Don't get me wrong, like all of my mods are like that. It's just that Strat is like, he's a very constant presence pretty much all the time. Even when he probably shouldn't be. He's just like always there. I'm like, isn't it 3 in the morning for you? Yep. Christ. I've been well, except for a sore throat I've had for the past 5 days. Oh, I'm sorry you've got a sore throat, sweetheart. No. I hope you feel much better. I'm glad I had stumbled into the stream when I did. You're amazing, Tao. Ryo, sweetheart, you're amazing. I really appreciate you being here. We now need to get Strat to stream so we can give him thousands of subs. Let's go. How is Bear doing? He's all right, sweetest Storm. He's a bit slower these days, but he's doing okay. Strato's so sweet, might as well call him Diabetes. Oh yeah, Strat is the OG mod, it's true. Strat, you were modding for me when we had, what, 3 people? And you've been, like, just as engaged ever since. Well, except
Thank you for the kind words,
one,
pals.
like,
You all are so
6-month period.
precious to me. I wouldn't wish to be anywhere else. You all make my day better and give me a purpose to keep going forward. Love you all and thank you so much for the kind words. I can't imagine a world where I didn't met Tao. The best thing I did was click on Tao's stream 3 years ago. Tata's heart.
God damn it, Strat. I'm so emotional today. Thank you, Strat. That's really sweet of you. Those were really kind words. Lovely Yuki. There you go. There are your feet. There are your feet. Please let me know if you have any other changes or anything like that. I'll let you think about it while we go on a quick break. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. I just realized you guys haven't actually been able to see a whole lot of what I'm doing, so hold on. Please make sure that you guys, hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and feet for free! It's only temporary, you can charge for it after I give you this reference. But yes, I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. In the meantime, Gorgeous Yuki, please do let me know what other things you would like changed. I'll zoom out a little bit and you can maybe think about it. Thanks for the sub, random person. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Action. It's good to have you back. All right, cutie pies, this will be a very quick break, only 3 minutes. I think I've said my spiel like 10 times. I'm so sorry. See you guys in 3. Mwah.
Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the brain. Murder! But affectionate. So, murder? Hanging in there as best as I can. I'm so proud of you, fabulous Frostbite. Keep on keeping on, sweetheart. Meowder. Meowder. Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there...
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa?
Raw, darling.
Right, darling. You didn't scare me. We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Sneaking up on you, sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him.
Let's give it our all. All right.
Hey.
Are we ending? We are ending. Yes, sorry. We are indeed doing that. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go see who we might go and see. Let's get over here in the meantime. Oh, Fabulous Forcer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I know the feeling of bad sleep. It's Tao does manage to get to sleep. I promise I do. I found a new favorite game called The First Ascendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, Amazing Aston
darling.
over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my God. Thank you, fucking holy shit.
What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got. And then we got this guy that we were born with.
Your Highness, have you attended to your duties?
Nah. Oh, yes.
This is such an honor, Captain. Getting to train under you is nothing short of a dream come true.
Sorry, I feel like I should. I'm gonna call it now. Strata's gonna add something like exclamation point. Hide, wait. Just do every. Oh my God, I'm so confused. I'm so confused all of a sudden. Hold on. Ooh, Saki Saki. Yummy yummy. Ow, ow. Oh fuck, I keep on doing it. I'm pressing the wrong trigger for no reason right now.
Hey, cutie pies, welcome on back.
All
All right, let's turn your music back on. Oh, also, let me give you my actual self. Hi again. Oh, also, let me bring our stream avatars back. There we go. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy. You beautiful thing. Uppies for you. Yee. Good, Ozzy. Lovely la. Oh, God, my voice. Uppies for you, sweetheart. Good laugh. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Welcome back, Radical. Welcome in, Radical Ram. How are you? Good to see you. Beautiful Bublin, welcome back. Nick's Mato Slice Jam Slice. Uppies for you. Good, Nix. Welcome back, Sweetest Sedu. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, Sweet Strat. Welcome back, Precious Politely. Well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Please drink some water. Don't worry, I'm very hydrated right now. Welcome back, Precious Pookie.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. For safer on-hand cam rolls. Storm, sorry, fucking S words. Pfft. Hold on, let me go see what you've just done, sweetie pie. 1 second. Thank you so much in advance. It's just a surprise gift, so I'm just gonna go see what you've done here. Sorry. I wish that this would like refresh faster. Thank you so much in advance, sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. No, my boss kill. What happened, beautiful band? Did it not did you want to continue to float up? Did you want to watch yourself float up? Okay, hold on a second. Let me see here. What has Storm very kindly done here? What the heck? 1 second. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's cool, Storm. That's really cool. Look at this. Thank you so much, Storm. I'm so excited. Black Yggdrasil Tree of Life. That's really cool. Thank you so much. That's awesome looking. That's so sick. Thank you so much. That'll be very helpful for whenever we do hand cam stuff. And I don't want to get, excuse me. I don't want to get my my dice all over the floor. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. That's really cool. This is such a cool like Celtic icon as well. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. Very, very generous of you. Thank you. Let's see. Hi there, Terrific Talon. Welcome on in. How are you? Hope the art is going well. Gonna be stuck at work for a long time, so I'll be lurking for the vibes. Please do, sweetheart. Please do. Thank you so much for lurking. I never make it to the bosses. I wanted the full experience. Oh no, beautiful band. I'm so sorry. It's okay. You'll have another chance in like 40 minutes, 45, 50 minutes. Fun fact, you did offer me mod privileges a week from when we met. You did say you had a mod, but that guy never showed up. Even I haven't seen that person. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that was from a different time. But yeah, no, I have not seen him since either. And yeah. Don't worry, I've revoked those mod privileges because I don't even know if that person remembers who I am now. Lovely Yuki, do you have any changes on this that you would like, or anything you would like modified? We'll go from bottom to top, okay? We have our snowflakes, okay, and then there are these like really subtle little white bits here. I've got this shape because it reminded me of vampire teeth. And here's a little throwback to like my cloak. I just love like thick line followed by thin line. So that's what that is. Hey there, Z. Welcome on in, darling. It's great to see you again. Welcome. There was a mod before Strat. What? Yeah, no, he never showed up though. And I think I only literally had him. Once I started seeing how like consistent Strat was, I was like, oh, I don't think that we need this other person. Almost like I'm looking into a mirror. Hopefully in a good way. Excuse me, sorry. Cutie Cyber, thank you so much for contributing to the karaoke stream, darling. I appreciate it. We've got like these little blood drop kind of buttons, sort of. And of course we've got like the teeth, but in a very artistic way with like suggestions of like drops. Thank you for the blessings, Cutie Pies. I appreciate it. You also have the same kind of thing as on the legs, on the little cuffs on the wrists. We got our shiny little jewels as well here, and then drippy, bloody looking ones there as well. And just some general designs right up there. Bless you and your iPad too, thank you. I also took the place of someone who dipped. Our similarities are slightly uncanny. Dun dun dun. In the future, I know what's going to happen. I'll use this as a reference for future Yuki arts I'm going to do. Oh, that would be awesome. Let's see. And then we've got a blue on one side and a red on the other. Just a singular strand, but they're quite clearly there. You've also got a subtle little like flower snowflakey type thing. I can make this even more. I would like a little bit more snow/ice motifs to lean into the Yuki Onna parts, but looking over, I'm unsure where we could fit it in. I could change this one to be more of an exaggerated snowflake on the back if you want. Or I could, I could put one like on your chest. Do you want like a really extravagant snowflake on your chest, maybe? I could do that for both of those. Let's see where else. Or on your stomach. Could do it on your stomach. Or just beneath the cleavage right here, the underboob. Where else could we put it? Yuki's so pretty. Isn't Yuki gorgeous? Pretty lady. Exclamation point. Pretty lady. Adorable art. I'm so glad you're liking it, Nyx.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. There you go, precious polite lady.
Pretty
you
lady.
Pretty lady. Lovely Lith. Precious
Pretty lady.
Sweet as Seti. Yummy. Let me have a look at your gorgeous artwork here. Sweet Seti.
Pretty lady.
Nixon. Capitalism. Oh god, my voice is atrocious. Meadow. I would love some on the front, as the back would barely be seen in 2D. Maybe tummy would look nice. Sure, I can put it on your tummy. Absolutely.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Oh wow. Okay, hold on. I've got Kelne's art here for the for their world map. That's really cool, sweetheart. Is this all so is this looks like a literal entire world, right? This isn't just a region. Is that correct? This Artivio looks as bitey as you and I. Yeah, this is very cool. This is awesome, sweetheart. Excellent work. Wow, I love all the like tiny little regions divided into everything. Galne, very cool. Terrific, Talon. Thank you so much for the care package, honey bun. All the colored land is actually floating. That's really cool. Do you have like specific names for all of these regions? Is this a world of magic since everything's floating? That's really amazing, hon. Excellent work. I love that. I can't wait to see more of that. And then we've got Suda Seru with some gorgeous artwork. Oh, these are very cool. I love this. Matching Riz indeed. This is the art I did for Jet. This was his chibi. Yeah, awesome work, Kalna. Please continue to share your awesome work with us. I appreciate it. Tintin, I hope that you're doing as well as can be. Seru-chan is so talented, so true. All right, let me see here. Do you want me to get rid of this like almost tattoo on the back, Yuki, or do you want me to keep it? I know that, like you said, like it won't be very obvious in 2D, but we can either get rid of it so it never shows up, or we can leave it on there. Darling Down, thank you so very much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let me see here. Which part is that? That is soft light. Let's see. It can stay on the back. I love that idea. I just meant it would like some on the front as well. Absolutely, sweetheart. Absolutely. Okay. Let me, cool. Okay. Don't panic. I am indeed going to literally draw over stuff that's already here, but that's the best way for me to make sure that it's like symmetrical and stuff. So, let me see here. Hold on, that's gotta be thinner. Let me see here. Just gonna catch up with you guys real quick. One sec. Basically most of the land in the world is floating except for a few islands in the Arctic. That's very cool. Ah, Layla! Thank you so much for the power tag, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How are you? How are you, Swedish Shy Paper, as well? How are you, Shy? It's so good to see you. The idea is that the world runs on airships because the ocean is too dangerous to put boats in, so airship tech took off. That's cool, Kalne. What's in the oceans, if I may ask? Hunga, I love that emote. It's so cute. Hi, lovely Layla. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Nothing too much to complain about. I'm happy to hear that, sweetie pie. I hope things get even better for you. Hmm. One second, what am I doing? Hold on. Ah. Fetty, welcome in, hun. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I think I'm gonna go lurk and try to finish a drawing on my iPad. Go for it, sweetheart. Feel free to share it with us as long as it's safe for work when you're all done as well. Or just as a whip, it's up to you. I can tell you Tao isn't in the ocean. That is true. I am very much not in the ocean. I am as far from the ocean as I can possibly be while being on an island off of an island, so I am near the ocean. Never in the ocean, though. Cutie Cata, welcome in. How are you, hon? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. Calne, imagine the worst ocean creatures you can think of and make them 20 times bigger and highly aggressive. Yeah, I'm good. Yikes. Big scare, big scare. Can I ask why the ocean specifically? It's actually not the ocean specifically. It's just that the ocean is like the biggest perpetrator of my fear. But I actually don't like, I actually also do not like any open water, which includes lakes, pools that are too big and deep. Like, I don't like, basically, the thing that can help you decide whether I will be afraid of it or not is if it is, one, filled with water. Hi there, VX. Thank you so much for the 5 biddies, darling. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, darling. And welcome in. How are you? So it's got to be full and big and full of water. I have to not be able to touch the bottom with my feet. There has to be if I can touch the bottom with my feet, then it cannot be a permeable bottom, which means no gravel or sand or mud or anything that, like, if something could be underneath it and poke out or get me, I'm not interested. Let's see. Yeah, basically that's it. That's what it takes. So
I would go for your butt,
there's a lot of things
probably.
that I would not be comfortable with. There are even deep jacuzzis that I would not be comfortable with. Cutie Cata, sweetheart, thank you so very much, darling, for the 25 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. That is incredible. Cheeky streaking indeed. Art is going well. Thank you so very much for checking in, sweetheart. Thank you for the 25. That is incredible. Thank you for your dedication and support. Cutie Cryptid, welcome on in, darling. How are you? Thank you for the care package. So the shallow end of the pool is fine. Yeah, I could deal with the shallow end of the pool, but probably not the shallow end of a lake or beach. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, shallow end of the pool I could do. As soon as it goes beyond 5'5", I'm not interested anymore. And if I can't see the bottom of the pool, like if it's like dirty and shit, no, there's no way. I don't like deep ocean. No, I don't like deep anything pretty much. Tau care time. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Cutie Cryptid. I'm better with you guys. How are you, Fabulous Fetty? How are you? Good to see you. I looked out from an observation tower towards the ocean, and it was nothing but water, and it felt really odd. Yeah, it's quite scary. That Tau knows this about her fear means she's plumbed the depths of it. Oh, but I'm just... welcome back, Cutie Caution. Calne, getting technical, the reason why the ocean creatures are massive is because of the lack of land masses in the water. So the world is basically a floating orb of water with a core and some land floating around. That's really cool, Calne. What time period does your world building take place in? Is it like futuristic or medieval or some combo, steampunk? Speaking of the ocean, I recently tried Dave the Diver. It's a mobile port for Android, and I'm loving it. I'm so glad you're liking it, Sudasedu. I'm now imagining Tao being terrified of the movie Ghost Shark. I'm okay with watching movies about it, but don't ever put me near the water. I'm glad you're doing well, Fabulous Fetty. That makes me very happy to hear. I understand that fear. I need solid ground beneath me most of the time as well. I like swimming in natural lakes, though, unless, of course, it's too yucky. I am not an ocean goer, though, either. No need to poke nature where it can poke back. Exactly. Exactly right. Yes, that's a good way to put it. It is very unsettling jumping into a deep end of a pool and not touching the bottom. Well, yeah, and like the ultimate freak out for me is like the idea of going to like going out on a boat into the middle of the ocean and doing like scuba diving or snorkeling or whatever. I did actually do some snorkeling for my dad's birthday because he loves the ocean. And that's exactly what we did. We went out. It took about 30 minutes to get to the spot because we were on the boat for 30 minutes, got out to the middle of the ocean. And he was like, Tao, come on, jump on in, jump on in. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I did it for my dad. But I was like freaking the fuck out. Like Nath and my dad were both holding me on either side. They were like, Tao, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay. Deep breaths. I'm like, 1917 and around that time, steampunk on the verge of going diesel punk. That's really cool, Kalne. That sounds like a fascinating story. How long have you been working on it? Tao can be my solid ground. I promise to hold you up, precious politely, I promise. Dave the Diver is one game I think you will not fear because it's a cartoonish pixel art. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Radical Rose, Sweetie Pie, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness, it's such a pleasure to see you guys. Welcome in. How are you? Sweetest Saku, thank you for the twin raid. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would absolutely love to have you. You guys, this is, of course, the absolutely incredible Ro, the identical twin in Android Mermaids. That's to be Saku and Ro. Gracing us with their presence. They're slaying the VTubing game with their art streams. Rose the artistic one, while Saku, well, she's there too. Why does it say that? Saku's a god tier rigger, honestly. They're serving up digital art and anime vibes, all while keeping it 18+. Bow down to their royal artistry. Absolutely welcome in, Night. It's good to see you. Little Mac, welcome on in. How are you? Neon of Eons, it's good to see you as well. And then, of course, we have Precious Pearl Arguita. Welcome in, Precious Pearl. How are you? You guys, Pearl hath graced us with their presence as well. This gender fluid VTuber bequeaths us with art and gaming, a true Renaissance soul. Their recent exploits include catnapping sisters, and celebrating Valentine's Day. Tread carefully, for their magical girls and demons may enchant thee. Absolutely welcome in, sweetheart. It's so good to see you, Precious Pearl. Thank you so very much for the double raid, you guys. Tao, honey, your voice. Let me give you a smooch. Give me smooches. Ro, you heal me. How are you, sweetheart? Can I get some art tags from you, precious pals? It is such a pleasure to have you. Well, Saku, she's there too. Rude. It's so rude. Welcome. How are you? It is so incredibly good to see you, Ro, and Precious Pearl. I hope you guys are doing incredibly well. Yeah, thank you so much, Strap, for permitting lovely Ro. Of course, Pearl and I were tag team streaming today, both working on art. Amazing. Well, in that case, could I have some art tags from both of you, pretty please? We would really love to see it. Welcome in, everybody. I am Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tawaiga VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia, if you don't know me yet, which you probably should, because to be honest, Ro is a wonderful friend of stream. Ro and Saku are amazing friends of stream, and Precious Pearl is a total sweetheart. So, but regardless, welcome. As you can see, I am actually also an artist. So today we are working on a reference sheet commission for the beautiful Yuki Yorino in the chat. And I am very excited to work with her, potentially even on her model art as well. And she's looking for a rigger. Suck it. I can't like do a convincing cough. Sorry. If I convincingly cough, it will be an actual cough. But if you guys are interested in coming on in, we also will be doing some Persona 5 on Sunday, Australian time. Monday, we do Final Fantasy 14. Tuesday, we actually just finished Pokemon ZA. It looks like our next thing for the next couple of weeks will be, let me see, what will our next thing be? It's looking like we might do demo nights. That is something that we are well known for. We used to do demo nights constantly on Tuesdays. And then once Monster Hunter Stories 3 comes out, we will be doing that as well. So it is such a pleasure to have you guys. Ro, let's have a look at your, oh my, that's cute. Look at that. Oh my goodness. This is beautiful. What a cool material. Is this like a plastic polyester type of thing? This is gorgeous, Radical Ro. Thank you ever so much, Sweetie Pie. This is awesome. My poor Tao, who got you sick, love? I will smack them. Oh, it's my own fault. I'm actually not sick. My throat doesn't actually hurt. I just, I have unhealthy coping mechanisms that involve screaming. And I over screamed. And then Precious Pearl, let's see here. 1 second. Let me wait, why didn't that come up? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that one's not coming up for me, Pearl. Can you send me a direct link instead of the one like in the actual like Discord channel maybe? Like if you right click and then say I think if you say like copy image address or something like that. Could I get that? This is incredible, Radical Row. Thank you so much for sharing this. Look at these legs. Oh my God, so cute. I love this pose. This is beautiful, sweetheart. Absolutely excellent work. Oh, sorry, Pearl. You already said it didn't work. I'm so sorry. My bad. Sorry, I've got to catch up. Whoa, this is extremely loud. Sorry, I'm skipping that. Let's see. Wi-Fi is on in the new place. I think it came on at midnight and I didn't even notice. I've been using data for like 5 hours. Holy moly, awooga. I'm so sorry you've been using data for that long, sweetheart. Oh no. I hope yikes. I'm hoping that you haven't used up too much data. But this is gorgeous, Ro. Thank you so much. Oh, they were working on a new outfit for me and Saku at my request. Oh, let's have a look. Cute. Oh, I'm so excited. Who are these cutie pies down here? I like the little shapes at the bottom. Those are very pretty. Oh, this is so cute. It reminds me of a kimono. I asked her to send mine because I'm not reading. That's okay, sweetheart. You're all good. Shimigami, welcome on in. How are you? Everyone is so talented here. Isn't it awesome, Cutie Kalna? You know, you're quite talented yourself. Gold bunny suit. It's great. I love the reflective texture of that. That looks really nice. Let's see here. It's literally me, but gender bent. Rover is so good. So good. That's so cute. I love the hair. And I love like how the breasts are being held. It looks very organic, really well done. This is so cool. I'm really excited to see this outfit when it's all done as well, Precious Pearl. They're cherry blossoms. Oh, they're so cool. That's beautiful. Awesome. This is great. Hold on, let me just like drag that down so I can show you guys. So cute. And I love the headwear. Very nice. Slushy, welcome in, sweetest Slushy. How are you, darling? It's great to see you. Great to meet you. I like the hair. It's cute, isn't it? This is awesome, honey. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful work. So beautiful. Excellent work, Precious Pearl, and excellent work, Radical Row. Absolutely outstanding work, you guys. These are so cool. You guys, please do check out both of these tremendously talented artists. You can tell they really give their all, and it really pays off. That's incredible, honeys. Thank you so very much. Could I find out when you guys are next streaming, Radical Row and Precious Pearl? We would love to know when your next stream will be. Looking forward to it being rigged. Absolutely, Z. Me too. How are you doing, by the way, Zad? I'm so sorry if I haven't said anything really. Sweetheart Slushy, thank you so much. Ow, fuck. Don't mind me, I'm just hitting my face on my microphone. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Who made that one photo with the walking and the bunny ears? That would have been Ro. That would have been Ro. And just got back from a 1 hour run. Nice. That's awesome, Eugene. How was your run? Totally my pleasure, gorgeous Ro. Totally my pleasure, sweetheart. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, darling. I really do appreciate it. And you as well, Precious Pearl. Thank you so much. Tuesday, 5:30 CST. More art. Let's go. You guys, please do check out Lovely Ro, who will be streaming again at 5:30 CST on Tuesday. Very exciting. Doing some more art so you can see some more of that absolutely outstanding, gorgeous work that you saw. Who do what? What's that, Zad? Sorry, I was just asking how you are, sweetheart. Todd, do you have to verify to join your Discord? I thought it was in it already. You do have to verify. Yeah, sweetest Saku. You got to read the rules because there's a verification message word that you got to make sure that you read through and then put into the verification channel, sweetheart. It was all right. About to go in another after I claim my streak. Oh, awesome, Eugene. Well, don't overdo it, okay? We don't want you to get rhabdo. The brain is tired. As I told Stratus, the horrors persist, but so do I. Yes, and I love that. Sorry, oh my god, my voice. So right now I'm working on a, you know, this is going to be a lot easier if I just put this so that I can actually see it. Hold on. Okay, there we go. That's much better. We are doing a snowflake kind of design on Yuki's skin right now. And since it's going to be like front and center, I want to make sure that it's like looking real fine. So I wonder if maybe I should just do this. Yeah, you know what? Let me just get rid of this. Hold on. Physical contact. Not the physical contact. Did you see my stream streak earlier, Tal? Oh, I think I got lost in the madness. Oh, when did you send it? Was it 125? Because I do remember thinking, I think it was you for 125. Let me see. Where are ya? Let's see here. Oh, 165. Oh, I think I did actually. I think I did. Thank you. But thank you so much for the 165 stream streak. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, lovely laugh. The 165. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you, cutie pie. Much appreciated. Holy, this looks good. Tao, you're improving drastically to art stream. Oh, thanks, Sarah. I'm glad you think so. Thank you, honey bun. I only saw the full illustration on stream preview. Oh, nice, Sarl. Okay, great, excellent. Is it phone number verified on the Discord? May save me some time before I try to join in. If it is, not giving Discord my number. I trust them about as much as I trust the Nigerian prince who needs legal fees. I actually am not sure what we've got it set to be honest. I like the subtleness of it. I was staring at it before and I really love it. I'm so glad, lovely Yuki. I just want to make sure that it's like nice and clean. That way I can also show it on the side to make sure that everyone can like properly make it when requested. Shadow, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream and the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. No skin touching. What if I get permission? 4 more streams until it's nice. Until it's nice. Gotta go. All good. Excellent, Jean. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. I appreciate you. We'll see you soon. Enjoy your run, okay? Yeah, it can't hurt to check. Yeah, just go ahead and check and see if it's yeah. Hi, Magnificent Mute. How are you, sweetie? You doing okay? I'm all right. I'm all right now. I get to spend time with my precious pals. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Body is not feeling it, so we'll be resting a bit more, as you should, dearest Dustin. Please get some good rest. We'll hang about for a while, but sleep soon. Absolutely, dearest Dustin. Sweetheart, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for the love and support. We look forward to seeing wonderful things happen for you. Take care, everyone, and be kind to yourselves. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. That means the world. I really appreciate your extraordinary support and ongoing love and patience and everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May you feel much better. I know that you're not feeling great right now, and I wish I could take good care of you, cutie pie. Let's see. All right, I gotta get some stuff going in the middle here. Let's see, what do I want to do here? Hold on. Sorry, 1 second. I didn't realize I didn't scroll up. Seems like you can only see verification roles and roles. Bummer. Well, at the very least, I still get a ping on mobile when you go live on Twitch. Well, Elvin, you should be able to. So that doesn't have to do. If you can see those things, that actually doesn't have to do with your phone number or anything. You just have to read the rules, and in that verification channel, you put the keyword that is in the rules in that verification channel, and then we can bring you in. It's just that, yeah, we have a secret word in the rules. If skin touching is approved, then I guess I'll watch. It's better than the cinnamon on toast I'm eating. Oh god, I loved cinnamon on toast. That was one of my favorite things as a kiddo. Sounds very much like somebody I'd have as a companion, or well, maybe haunting me. Which one is that too? Spirits of humans that got lost in the snowy mountains and turned into Pokemon. I love that. I speed ran it and missed it. Let me leave and rejoin. Oh no, you don't have to rejoin, sweetheart. It's not a rejoin thing. You just gotta read the rules and then go to the verification channel and put the word into there. Functional Monkey, sweetheart, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you ever so much for being here. I hope you're having a good one. Also, new pals, please consider joining us on YouTube. We have all of our VODs there and a ton of clips. Consider giving us a sub. It's free. That's true. If you guys would like to support us over on YouTube, that would be great. The more watch time that we get on YouTube, the more we can get paid over there, or the more likely we can get paid. Out of curiosity, where do you artists find good reference images? I'm looking for some right now and kind of struggling. Well, Kalne, I've been doing this for such a long time that there's actually not, I don't often look at reference images for the stuff that I do because I've got a pretty decent understanding of like the human form. But what I did use, and what I do use when I have like questions about a certain pose or foreshortening or material or something like that, is I just Google it. I just Google like, girl sitting in tree or whatever, like whatever I'm trying to learn. And then I get some good reference images from that. Monkey, you found us from Save. Oh, that makes me so happy. Could I get a / shout out for lovely Save? Save is such an amazing guy. I love him. I really do.
Whoa!
He's
They made the
so
Save
wonderful.
icon in real life!
They did make the Save icon in real life.
They made the Save icon in real life!
Save is a masterful Hearthstone player, but he is also genuinely one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. He's so lovely. He's so great. He has a command here. That's true. We love Save. Absolutely love Save. If I could transmit hugs to him, I would absolutely do that. Yeah, he's a wonderfully nerdy, very fun, chill guy, and I highly recommend that you guys check him out if you haven't yet. That is that's save file 17 if you don't know him. Thank you. Please, Monkey, pass on my my thanks to Save for recommending us to you, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. There's 2 different ones. So one on the initial page you get past, and the other. Oh, honestly, we're gonna fix that pretty soon. But whichever one you add, we will probably let you in as long as you have, Is that why we got all confused? I was wondering why some people were using the old keyword. Me too. I'm a little bit confused about how that works, but we'll fix that. But whichever one you wind up picking, I'm sure that we'll be like, yep, they read the rules. Lovely, loud, and welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you so much for the care package. I appreciate it. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. I found it. I just assumed rules on Discords are just nice and be accepting everyone, so I did miss the word on the first time. That's on me. You're all good, Elvin. Thank you, sweetheart, for revisiting. So if we see the old keyword, it's okay to let them in. Gotcha. I think for now, because it won't be long until I redo the we redo the rules, because Strat has worked his butt off to get those new rules in place, and so it won't be too much longer until there hopefully will just be one keyword. Got it. I've been looking at 100-year-old magazines. No, seriously, I've been flipping through photograph magazines from 1922 while I've been here. Honestly, that's really cool, Kalna. That's a really good way to do it. If you're trying to just like get the most organic, and often you get like pieces of clothing or poses or, you know, shapes that you don't get in today's kind of like overly photoshopped market. I highly recommend that if you have access to that, go for it. I just don't have access to that. It's a really cool thing to have access to. Okay, let me see here. You know what I'm gonna do, actually? I have a better idea. I have a better idea than this. I don't like that one very much, so what I will do is I'm gonna make a new layer. Let's do some page assist. Nope, not page assist, sorry. Yes, drawing guide. All right, we're doing isometric. Hold on. Nope. Ah, fuck. Okay, hold on. I got a better idea. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna actually make a, because it's got to be a square for what I'm trying to do here. So there we go. Let's go stream of consciousness with this bad boy. All right. Drawing. Let's do the isometric, and I don't want, I'm not sure why it's, sorry, it's been a while since I've used this. Isometric. Damn. Hold on. There was a way to do this. Wow. How did I do this before? Jesus, it's been so long since I've done this, sorry. Viable, what? Thank you for the gifted blessed person. Oh, lovely taxes. It's so good to see you. It's just really funny to say. Hi there, Valiant Viable Taxes. It is a pleasure to meet you, sweetheart, and congrats on getting a gifted sub, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming on in and saying thank you. We appreciate it. Welcome to the plush pouch, as we call it. It just means that you get some handmade emotes in ad-free viewing, and I hope that you enjoy your time. I remember you from Star. Oh, let's go. There's websites that scan and archive them, though I personally have someone's photo album dated between 1916 and 1917, which I use sometimes. I like old things, as you can tell. I love that. That's really cool, honey. That's super cool. Let me see here. Hold on. How do I do this? There's aha. Aha. That's the one. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, we're making a snowflake. We're making a fucking snowflake. Watch out. All right. This is the best way to do this. Just need to figure out. You know what? We'll go up here. Oh, I've got an idea for this. Ugh. trying to think of like vampiric themes while I do this. Let me see here. Okay. All right. Close. There we go. Oh, yeah. I love it. Nice song choice, by the way. Who requested that? That's a good question. I'm actually not sure. Since it's auto queuing up now, I never look at who requested what anymore. But that was a cute song. I like that. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Much appreciated. All right. Oh, yes. This is sick. Oh, DJ Caution requested that. Oh, let's go. Perfection. Little thank you rap for Strat-kun. Strat-kun, a strapping young lad, always glad to start the madness rap. Always naturally had Tao-chan's back. Kept chat on track and never slapped. Strat-kun has the bestest strategy. What the heck? Let's give him a peck on the neck. Never hit the road, Jack. I love that, Yuki. Strat, you gotta put that somewhere. That's golden. That's so good. I love it. I love it so much. Excellent work. Lovely, Yuki. Excellent work. I love it. I'm going to save it. You should. You should. Hey Tao, if you were to hug Coda right now, how big is he? He's a little chunky boy at the moment. He's 24 kilos. He's supposed to be 21-ish. We're trying to get some of the weight off of him, but he's soft. He's very soft. The ads in old magazines are so good. I just found one that advertises a $1 bed with a free blanket. Oh, that's so fun. I kind of love that. Yuki-chan start rap, thank you for that, Ozzy. Oh, that's really good timing. I hope that's a dog. If that's a cat, that's a lion. Oh yeah, that's, you just heard him, right? That's my dog, Elvin. Yeah. Cute little baby. My darlings, we actually have to go on a quick break, sweetie pies. It won't be long. It's only 3 minutes. So if you would like to stick around, man, would I love to keep you around. If you gotta go, I get it. But it's only 3 minutes, 180 seconds. And I promise to do something to keep you occupied in the meantime. I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle over on Stream Avatars. Watching Tao gets me into the flow state for art. Let's go! I'm so happy to hear that, lovely Layla. I want to get a cat. I'm going to go kidnap one from a dumpster somewhere and force him into a life of luxury. They'd appreciate it, I bet you. But yes, sweet pies, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Cutie Kinsight, welcome in. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. How are you? The best part, under the initial text, it says nearly a year to pay. Really puts money into perspective. Talk about inflation. But yes, darlings, I will see you in just 3 minutes. I will miss you terribly, but I will see you soon. Love you lots. Miss you lots. See you soon. Mwah.
We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Sneaking up on you. Sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him.
Let's give it our all. All right.
Hey.
I found a new favorite game called The First Ascendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, Amazing Aspen over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my God. Thank you, fucking holy shit. We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Sneaking up on you. Sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him.
Let's give it our all. All right.
Hey.
Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 Dinosaur. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. It's extra funny when you say capitalism. Maybe I should make that another command. We have so many commands. Capitalism. Are we ending? We are ending. Yes, sorry. We are indeed doing that. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go see who we might go and see. Let's get over here in the meantime. Oh, Fabulous Forcer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I know the feeling of bad sleep. It's Tao does manage to get to sleep. I promise I do.
Get the hell out of my face.
Murder? We will? It makes sense. It's the only way you can get hugs is if you throw salmons at me. How salmon? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hold this in my mouth and go. Giddy, I'm sorry I had to come into that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the house. God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there?
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa? Right, darling. You didn't scare me.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome back.
I want to make a Mavo report about what
How are you? Oh, fuck. My hands aren't working again. Okay. Hello there, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Some ubbies for you. Good, Aussie. Welcome back, Nix Mato Slice Jam Slice. Ubbies for you. Good, Nix. Welcome back, Swedish Shadow. Welcome back, Swedish Sir Jazzy. Welcome back, Swedish Steady. Welcome back, Amazing Umbra. Uppies for you. Good, Umbra. Welcome back, Lovely Laugh. Uppies. Good, Laugh. Beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, darling. Uppies. Good, Bublin. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Welcome back, Zelazzy. It's so good to see you. The program clip art? No, this is Procreate. This is Procreate. This is like my go-to for arting. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Oh, welcome back, lovely Layla. Abby, fuck, my hands. Hide this no working. I'm waving. You can't tell. Hold on. Maybe it'll come back. Bees for Layla. Yes, uppies. Good, Layla. Cutie Insight, welcome in and welcome back. Excellent, Elvin, welcome, welcome. The fishing game is finally catching up. Let's go, fishing game, well done. Okay, we're working on a snowflake. I got a long ups. You did, because my hands aren't working. Whatever it takes for the long ups, let's be honest. I will make this extremely clear so that people can literally just pull it from the reference sheet if they're gonna make this, because this is gonna be like my magnum opus of of difficulty to replicate. People are gonna be like, oh, this is such a pain. Such a pain. Bear with me, it'll be good. It'll be good. Let's see. Thanks. I'll make sure to have lots of fun and catch lots of fish. Go for it, sweetest slushy. Go for it. Enjoy your fishing game. It only took the fishing game a few hours, but we got there. We did. Well done. Well done. Thank you guys again for the amazing support that you showed that caused the fishing game to take hours and hours. Much appreciated. Yuki, besides like little droplet motifs and stuff, is there anything else that you would like me to involve in this giant snowflake? Bring it on. I like references with a challenge. Oh, good. Excellent, Suda said it. Well, I will get you that then. If I buy a 40 € drawing pad off of Amazon, could it be as clear as this? Or should I spring for a more expensive one? Elvin, it kind of depends on which one you choose. I'm actually drawing on an iPad. So obviously that's not a 40 € device, but I haven't used a traditional like drawing pad for many years, actually. My plan is just to doodle some silly stuff, but also I want it to be accurately silly. You can do that, yeah. Honestly, it's more a basis of what your computer is willing to handle rather than what your drawing pad is willing to handle. Like I helped a friend a few months back with upgrading from like a bamboo tablet, which if you don't know, those things are like truly like literally like this big, like actual size this big, like the size of your palm. And she was making like god tier art with it for like the last 10 years or something. But you do have to get very well adjusted to doing that. And the hand-eye coordination that you need for something that's like this big, drawing on something that's, you know, a full screen size is a bit. But you could do it. I think you got this. Snowflakes and blood drops are basically my must-haves. Everything else is a bonus. Okay, sounds good. Lovely Yuki, sounds good. I'm very excited. My PC sucks, but if I can run Cyberpunk, I assume it could handle 2D art. It probably could, as long as you're not doing like massive canvases. It should be fine. It should be all good. I'm using my phone and my fingers. That's true. Sedu is god tier with these with just their fingers and and a phone. Crazy. What did I just get rid of? That is not the same shape. Hold on. I think the problem with this is that it doesn't necessarily, yeah, it doesn't follow it over the other way. Hello? Yeah, because this is kind of what I'm going for that, but, nah, never mind. I'll do it a different way. Hold on. Little Mac, thank you so much for the care package, hon. I appreciate it. Heading to the shops. Don't know how long I'll be, but hopefully it won't be too long. That's all good, Awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for letting me just do like a stream of consciousness with this one, lovely Yuki. This is really fun. I haven't gotten to do this kind of thing for a very long time. Vampire, you say? Yes, indeed, dear Victor. Me, like you. You're a cute vampire. How are you? It's good to see you, hun. And hello there, cutie cart. Welcome on in. We doing art tonight? We are. We are indeed. Yeah, we're working on a commission for the beautiful Yuki in the chat. I'm helping her with her her reference sheet. And I might even be able to be her model mama if she's happy enough. I love seeing this play out, and my mind goes, yes, yes, this is exactly how I imagined it. Yay! I'm so happy to hear that, lovely Yuki. That makes me incredibly overjoyed to know that you are so excited about it, and that it's like exactly what you wanted. Doing good in you. This is looking good. Thank you, Tammy. This will be like a snowflake on her chest. Not chest, sorry, tummy. Her tummy. But I'm glad you're doing well, sweetheart. You're welcome. I don't know what I did, but you're welcome. Thank you so much. Just you being here. Just you being here makes me very happy. Playing some of the Tangle and Whisper Festival in Sonic Crossworlds, or as we've been calling it, the Lesbian Festival. I kind of love that. You weren't a teacher, were you? Or was that someone else? I forget, but you love your doggo. Would you enjoy a job taking care of animals, maybe on a reserve or a shelter? Don't ask me why that sprang into my head. It just did. I wanted to throw out a possibility for something you may really like doing. Thank you, lovely Elvin. Yeah, I am a teacher. I'm an ESL teacher. But that is one of my now 4 jobs that is very inconsistent. And like, just so that you guys don't think I'm lying or anything, technically I am not officially unemployed. I'm basically paid until March 12, but they have officially said that I'm out. So I will not have a job after that point. Well, a consistent job, sorry, a consistent job. And I actually, I think I'm going to throw myself into my self-employed life. I've never really gotten along great with employers. I get along wonderfully with clients. I'm a really, really excellent customer service person. And I know that sounds like, you know, ooh, look at me. But no, I am actually very, very good with clients. And, but man, I don't know. Employers just fuck me over all the time. I assume in Australia, that would be a good place to find a job like that. In certain parts of Australia, it is. It's not the easiest to find a job like that out here in Tassie. It's like a seal to keep the vampire demon inside me locked away and mostly harmless, but I'll reveal my complete lore backstory a bit later. I love that, Yuki. That's so cool. You're going on spring break after tomorrow. Nice, cutie cart. You going anywhere in particular? Hugs for you, lovely Nyx. Have they walked you, told you to leave and not come back? No. It's nothing like that. I've been made redundant because they are outsourcing my job for AI. So it's nothing like that. They haven't, it's not been anything like, Tao, you fucked up and we hate you. No, they're just like, oh, it's just cheaper if we outsource it to AI. So that's what we're doing. And I'm like, oh, what about like, you know, my nearly half a decade of tenure? And they're like, yeah, we don't really care. Oh yeah, I read your tweet. Hope whatever comes next ends up being better. You got this. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I appreciate that. I'm in the process of looking for jobs to stay in Japan, but the only offer I got was fucked up. Employers do be shitty everywhere. I'm sorry, Jeremy. We shall go get you on that full-time streamer dream soon. Here's hoping. I'm gonna really also throw myself into voiceover as well. I now have a coach, so I'm taking it pretty seriously. Because I really am scared of the idea of asking you guys to like help support me, to be honest. And if I can avoid making you do that, then I will. Like, of course, I would love to be a full-time streamer, but I also would love to be a full-time voice actor or full-time artist or all three. You know, I would love to do all those things. Yeah. I love you, Tao honey. I want to get you a cup of tea and wrap you in a blanket. Thank you, Ro. I would love that. That'd be so nice. I know this sounds like wishful thinking since the wound is new, but AI replacing teachers will not work. It will fail within a semester, I bet. Oh, maybe. I have some friends who are teachers who are being actively fucked over by, and that's actually their full-time job, so they're really screwed if something happens. That's a scary step at first, Tata, I can imagine, but I believe you are talented and smart enough to flourish, not to mention, kawaii sugite shinsetsu da ne. Super cute and kind. You're so sweet, Yuki. Thank you, honey bun. You're super cute and kind. That's great. I shall keep you posted with all the opportunities that come my way. I hope they help. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat. I appreciate it. Well, Tao will do it anyway. Thank you, sweethearts. I appreciate you. You're so wonderful. We believe in you, Tao. Thank you, Nyx. I'm personally hanging on to hope with this whole AI bubble pops in soon. We can always hope, but it's like, you know, you can't wait around for it, right? If I need extra money and decided to do overtime, I'd have to do at least 36, getting paid only for the hours above 35. Hell no. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. It's okay. You don't have to ask. Band, you're gonna make me cry. Don't do it. You have been so very generous, Band. Thank you so much. Are you a cat? I'm a marsupial. I'm a marsupial. Like a kangaroo, except not a kangaroo. Head out for sleep? Absolutely, cutie cart. Thank you for the lurk. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I love that this is like a macro you have, Storm. Thank you for the storm hugs. I appreciate it. Hate this AI bubble, making me glad I got my PC parts 4 months ago. That's what I'm afraid of. My PC is probably going to need an upgrade in the next like year or two. Because I've had this PC. I mean, it's doing a great job. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's doing poorly at all. But I think that I had like top of the line machinery like 3 years ago. So probably the next like two years, I reckon, I'm going to start noticing a slowdown. A kangaroo and a tiger had a baby. Kind of. A little bit like that. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. Let's see. Holy, what are you, wild? Yeah, I'm a wild animal. I'm a Tasmanian tiger. If you go look up thylacine, Thylacine, we are functionally extinct carnivorous marsupials from Tasmania, Australia. But I'm the last of my kind. The corporate world just sucks, not gonna lie. My old company let me go when I got sick and added AI immediately afterwards for sales. Don't know how an AI can sell home insurance, but can't wait till it crashes. That's fucked, Layla. I'm so sorry. That's looking hard to replicate. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it in high res so that you can literally just copy it and put it where it belongs in whatever position you are putting Yuki in. It's pretty cool though. It was pretty cool though. It will pop probably. Companies are pushing it hard because they're seeing that the stupid amount of money and resources they invested is not returning enough. Yeah. You love it? Oh, I'm glad, Senu. Excellent. The damage done is done too. Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say only dingoes do that, but then I got it. At least it seems that people are not getting timed out for the links today, which is so odd. I don't know what's up with that, but that is good. It's fine. Your streams actually help lots. I'm so happy to hear that, lovely Layla. Excellent, excellent. That's all I want. That's all I want is to help you guys. Laptop RAM and converters that hook them to desktops have never been more popular. I may actually sell my DDR4 and buy a laptop RAM for half the price and buy a laptop RAM for a quarter of the price with a desktop converter. Interesting. I mean, it is really cool. I like it. I'm so glad. Slushy, excellent. I'm a duck, just a duck. I love that you're a duck. That's awesome. I promise not to eat you. The thing with snowflakes is that they are notoriously difficult to replicate, right? Like that's their whole thing. Snowflakes are very, if you pick up an actual snowflake or take a photo of one, you'll see just how difficult they are to draw. Oh, terrific Tattery, darling. Thank you so very much, sweetheart. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you for the amazing generosity and kindness. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Sorry, my voice is so fucked. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no two snowflakes ever look the same. One of the coolest things in nature, literally. Yeah, that's literally indeed. That is very cool. Actually, hold on, I fucked this up. Oh, that's kind of cool. They almost look like flowers, roses or something. Somebody named Joy Boy got it. Luffy is here. Is that Luffy's nickname or something? Naturally occurring geometric patterns like that get wacky when you zoom in. They're almost fractal in nature. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty cool. Never worry about getting eaten. I taste horrible. Just horrible. Well, I won't deny that you taste horrible because I won't try and eat you. See what I did there? That's very nice of me, isn't it? Adiesi, I hope I'm saying your name right, sweetheart. Amazing Adiesi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Back in Wisconsin, I got a microscope for Christmas once. Just a little cheap one for kids, but I could go outside and look at flakes in the water in the winter. It was amazing. Even the edges of the snowflake are not edges. They're spiky, like shredded fiberglass. Isn't that cool? They're really amazing. They're so, so sick. Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you, darling? Welcome on in. How are you? I see what you did, and thanks. No worries, sweetest slushy. No worries. All right, let me see. I want to separate this like tooth looking bit and then keep it like that. That's pretty cool looking, I think. I'll also make these sharper. Like fangs in the gums, you know? Something like that, maybe. It's getting too complex to follow now. I'll be the judge of that, Yuki. Catching a single snowflake is almost impossible. Every time I tried, I ended up with like 100 snowflakes on that little glass slide. I believe that. I believe that. Pac-Man. No, I don't like that. No Pac-Man for you. Ah. Oh god, I can't do it. I'm sorry. Orca, thank you for the waka 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 waka. Whoa, that's fucking crazy. I feel like there needs to be some like height variation, so I might actually get rid of all those. Kakarot! I can't do it, otherwise I would do the scream for you. Legendary Super Lesbian, I love the name. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Thank you for the head pat, outstanding Orca. Thank you, thank you. Oh look, I purred properly that time. Let's go. Pac-Man Easter egg would be funny. Not sure what trademarks and copyrights would say about that though. Yeah, exactly. That's so fair. Welcome TLSL. I love TLSL abbreviation for the legendary super lesbian. Incredible. What I might do is... Okay, maybe I should start working on like linking these now. Oh, Teremi has summoned you. It is time. It is time. I love that emo. It's so cute and scary at the same time. Oh my god. You see, Frieza, you're not dealing with the average lesbian anymore. I am a super lesbian. That's right. I've arisen beyond the limits of a normal lesbian and into the realm of legend. The legend that you fear. The legend known throughout the entire universe as the most powerful warrior to ever exist. I have become the legendary super lesbian. Oh man, if it was any other day, sweetheart, I would have like fully voiced that for you. That would have been really funny. Amazing, amazing. My gifted subs went to the right people, I see. So it seems. Terrific, Teremi. So it seems. Including the legendary super lesbian. I'm very happy to have you, darling. Thank you so much for the care package, dearest divine. Much appreciated. That was a cool purr. I thought my boat motor in my game was idling softer. Was like, wow, that is quiet. Nope, it's just me. I give, if you guys give me head pats, I give you purrs. It's only fair. Hold on, I'm gonna test something real quick. I want to see if I get rid of like all of these things. No, I think the circle is good. It's just, it kind of looks like a lollipop is all. What if I do the outsides? That doesn't fit there. Hold on, I'll probably undo this. Thank you for the head pat. Outstanding, obtuse. Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much. That's the coolest name. Legendary super lesbian. I wonder if they like girls. Wild guess. Wild guess. They super like them, I bet. He's probably super like them, yeah. Nah, all right, never mind. It's gonna stay in the circle. It'll stay in the circle. Let me see. What do I want to do? I think I might put... I wonder if I... This is like just slightly off the center of the... Well, something is off the center. It's fine. Hey there, Fabulous Feather. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? It's good to see you. Looks shuriken-like, not bad. It's cool, isn't it? Lythera played a Dragon Ball fighting game that's modded to add some Sonic characters in, and they fought Shadow and lost to him, but Shadow is a fusion of lesbians, and thus his true power is lesbians. Good call. I like that. Terrific, Tintin. You can head out. Okay, all good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for dropping in, darling, and thank you so much for, yeah, thanks for letting us know. I hope that you have a good one. Also, since this isn't like an actual snowflake, that looks pretty cool, dude. That looks pretty cool. Part of me wants to put this on the pouch as like a coloring sheet. If anyone wants to just color my fractals here. The darling sounds so sultry with the low energy. Darling. That threw me off of it. It's nice hearing you, to hear you relaxing with a lower energy stream though. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Feather. It's not my preference, but yeah, I can't talk much louder than this or I'll cough, and my yeah, I'm losing my voice. Don't forget Shadow loves Latinas. That's true. Looks amazing. If you put a line straight down the middle, you can have 2 cool battle fan weapons. Yo, that would be sick. Oh my god, is that a piece of your lore that you've just decided on, Lovely Yuki, where like you can like reach onto your stomach and like materialize these like battle fans? That'd be so sick. Ups and downs, been managing a lot of nonsense going on, had no energy to watch streams. Oh, I'm sorry, Fabulous Feather. Sweetheart, you never have to worry about that. You come on in whenever you feel like it, okay? I will take that nap I was supposed to take over 2 hours ago. Please do, Sweet Strap. Please get some good rest. I'm running on less than 3 hours of fuel. I'll be back in 10 minutes. That is not that is not what that means. That is not what that means, Strap. Being 3 hours of sleep does not equal a 10-minute nap. Please sleep longer. That's an amazing idea. I may steal that. That's really cool. Would I say that not Yuki? Tao? Sorry, what do you mean, Nix? On break at work. Welcome back from work. I've banged myself up because we have 36 pallets of stuff to throw and I don't want to spend 12 hours at work. Oh, sweetheart, please be careful. Employment idea for living in Australia. Spider chasing a YouTube channel. Oh my god. Chase huntsmen around, play with them like kittens, post them on YouTube. Americans will love that shit. You'll go viral so fast. You know, tempting as that is, I have never actually seen a huntsman since I've lived here, so. But that's a power nap. It's not a power nap. It's not even a power nap. You have to get some better sleep. Nap at least 90 minutes if you can, so you get 1 full sleep cycle. What Termi said. It's a very hard nap. 3 hours. Yeah. Remember, kids, don't go to school. Stay in sleep. Get 8 hours of... No. Thank you for the like, Sweet Strap. Really? Not even one? No, not even one. People think they're everywhere, but they're actually not everywhere. All right, let me attach some of this. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm losing my fucking mind. Huh? What the fuck? Nick's son had a fan weapon idea. You said my name when you read it. I am not going to steal credit, only the idea. Sounds good, sounds good. The pals are really brilliant, honestly. They've given me so many extraordinary ideas. Is Tasmania the island, or is it just on the south coast? It's an island, lovely Elvin. Yeah, it's the island. I meant I was the one who said about the battle fan idea, not Yuki. I think you confused who said it. No. I was saying that I really like that idea, and maybe Yuki could take that idea if that was okay with you. Skip school to go fishing. Don't do that, kids. Stay in school. Yeah, it's an island. Are they just more common on the mainland? You can get huntsmen out here, but I think I probably live a little bit too close to a city, despite the fact that I don't live that close to a city. Ah, fuck. Sorry if I got that, if I said that wrong, Nix, my apologies. I thought that I said that because I did recognize that you had said it, and I may have skipped the whole like good idea, Nix specifically. My apologies if I did. But no, I in my brain I knew that you came up with that idea. I may not have said it though. Yeah, of course Yuki can use the idea. That's so sweet of you, Nix. Thank you. At least graduate high school at minimum and get your GED. Any from the city? Well, you can find huntsmen in the city. You can, but I haven't seen any. Remember, Tao, we all have the same brain cell. That's true. That's true. You can't do it. Thank you for the goat scream up too. Appreciate it. That's so cool looking. Okay, wait, I got an idea. I want to keep that trajectory, that like movement going. That's awesome. Yuki, when I give you the finished ref sheet, while I will put this design on the ref sheet as well, I'll also give you like this full version so that hopefully you don't get charged like complexity rates from anyone that you run into for this design, because you'll just be like, literally, here is a high resolution image, just scale it. You know what I mean? I'm a big fan of garden and wolf spiders. I killed a wolf spider the other night. I assume huntsmen are beneficial like they are. I killed a wolf spider the other night because it was going into my house. And I have a small cat and a dog. At least according to YouTube, their biggest threat is being arachnophobic. Yeah, see, I'm not arachnophobic, but I can't, I'm worried about my animals getting bitten. Murderer. Good boy, Coda. Good boy, Coda. YouTube lied to me. Just feel free to call me a brainwashed American dum-dum. No, you're okay, Elvin. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. You're all good. There's a weird fishing horror game that has screaming fish. Is that, Dredge? Sounds good. Just remember, you'll probably have to work with it soon first. Oh, that's all right. I got my high res here. Good girl, Tao. Good girl, politely. Understandable. Can we have Coda hugs, please? Yes, of course. I can't even fucking squeal. I'm sorry. Thank you for the power tire, obtuse. Wolf spiders aren't dangerous, at least not American ones. Are wolf spiders different in Australia? I don't think so, but I have a cat and a dog who are inclined to try and stick their faces right up on anything that's running around. And I don't want them to get bitten regardless of whether it's venomous or not. The wolf spiders I had where I lived in the States were quite nasty. They they were capable of delivering a really nasty venomous bite. It's a horror fishing game with a talking fish and eldritch gods. You don't want them to learn bad habits. Well, I don't want them to learn bad habits, but they've already learned their bad habits because I couldn't stop them when they found like flies or bumblebees or things like that. They love to bat at them, you know. I will not bite Coda, I promise. Thank you for not biting puppies. I don't think it is, but what was the one you said? Did you say Dredge? Yeah, Dredge, that's the one. That's the one. We played that one a few years ago. I think I already did this, but yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so yeah. Let me see what we can do with this. It's also a fishing game, that's true. She played it and I missed it. They are venomous, but they're not dangerous to people and animals. Their poison is just an itchy welt. Oh, well, I definitely got bit by something when I was tacking up one day, and I was pretty sure that it was a wolf spotter because I saw the wolf spotter like a few seconds after I got this nasty pain, and my whole like arm turned like purple. Horror fishing, that's straightforward, isn't it? Pretty sure black widows are more lethal. Yeah, it's just that you don't normally see black widows and wolf spotters in the same area. They kill each other. So, of course, I was in an ancient little shack with my horse gear and tack. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe it could have been a black widow, but I don't want to risk it for my puppies and my kitties. Yuki, please let me know if I'm going too far with this. I am just having so much fun with this. And I mean, I'm gonna color in certain parts as well. Okay, I think the design is done. What do you think? Especially because you mentioned doing the fan thing. I think this looks pretty good for a fan. What, like a half and half fan? Brown recluse is something nasty in this part of the world. Yes, I did have some experience with brown recluse as well. They are the bad ones here. A friend of the family got bitten, had to be hospitalized. That's a good point. I had leeches break through my skin. Yuck. Yeah, I had my first experience with leeches out here in Australia. It was... I can't even... I can't even talk about it without being like... grossed out. There are several arachnids similar in color and size to the common wolf and grass spotter that have far more venomous bites, and it goes on to list like 20 species. Maybe that's it then. Some of these look really similar. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I just thought it was wolf spotter because I had seen wolf spiders before, but I am by no means any kind of an arachnid expert. So you may very well be right on that, Elvin. Yeah, absolutely love it. That looks stunning. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Yuki. If I may make a suggestion, Tao, for the fan. What's that, lovely Nyx? What's that? Fuck leeches. No, do not. Do not fuck leeches. We came here to fuck spiders, not leeches. Bad spiders. There was a story my parents always told me when I was little. We had an Akita Inu back then. Beautiful dog. It seems during an early exploratory phase, I was putting pretty much everything in my mouth. Apparently that includes spiders of a certain size. And while I must not have liked the taste and spat it out, our dog then proceeded to eat it when I didn't. Dogs will do that. They're twisty. Tao. Sorry. I mean, that's the phrase, right? We didn't come here to fuck spiders. Like, sorry. I'm good. Actually, never mind. It's perfect. You sure? Actually, hold on. I have another idea. I kind of want to match like this, like point up here as well to give it like that, that movement, that feeling of movement. That looks kind of cool, huh? Yeah, you got your little fangs. Got them little fangs. Wolf spiders comprise over 2,300 species worldwide. Thanks, Google. Guess there's a good variance on how dangerous they can be and where. Yes, that's a very, very good point, Precious Politely. Saving that as out of context quote. Do it, Umbra, do it. Honestly, based on what I've heard, I would rather have a black widow bite than a brown recluse bite. I mean, I'd rather have neither if I had to choose. Yes, I think a black widow bite is probably less dangerous than a brown recluse. Leeches are not that harmful compared to bloodsuckers. They're two different species, and only one is beneficial, is the leech. I know, like, leeches are not that bad. Like, mozzies, mosquitoes, are like the thing that if I could pick an animal to eradicate from this world and snap my fingers like Thanos, that would be what I would obliterate, is just mozzies. But I would probably not get rid of leeches, but leeches just freak me the fuck out. Oh, just thinking about them makes me like shake. Oh, I hate, just remembering, I had to like pull it off, and so much blood, dude, because they inject you with like a blood thinner, and I was bleeding for like 3 hours. Neither would kill a healthy adult, but the recluse is necrotic. Yeah, yucky. You're back, Strack. Go to sleep. That was a good way to end the nap. Back to stream with Bleach music. Strack, go to sleep. You need skin grafts. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. For me, the answer is ticks. Oh, ticks are terrible as well, yeah. Destroy mosquitoes. I almost died to those motherfuckers. Did you get a disease from them? I love it. You were really cooking there, as the kids say. Thank you, Yuki. I'm so glad you like it. How Tao avoids water would keep her away from leeches, at least. That's true. You would hope so. You would hope so. If we could magically eliminate all ticks without impacting the ecosystem, I'd push that button so fast. Good call, Red. Good call. I love leeches. I'd totally have a pet leech and give it a pink ribbon and let it feed on me. That's so icky. There's a whole life cycle. Their whole life cycle is strange too. Destroy all mozzies. If I could eradicate any species, ants. Ants have a lot more impact on the ecosystem, I would say, than like mozzies. Like, yes, a lot of animals eat mozzies, and yes, mozzies pollinate, but there are other things that replace that. Ants are like, there's a lot of animals. Like, we even have an animal called an anteater, and like their main thing is like ants, so those would go away, and a lot of other things would too. So I probably wouldn't get rid of ants, but ants can be bad. Ants can be bad. Jack jumpers, nasty motherfuckers. Jack jumpers are really bad. Leeches are excellent fish bait. Sorry, I'm just sorry. I get a tremble every time I think of them, like going. Ugh. There do be people who keep leeches, though. I probably won't go over to anyone's house for that. Pet leech named Sippy. Sludgy, please no, God. Wasps, yucky. Leeches are like the easiest thing to take care of. You can give them nothing but a puddle of stale water and a rock, and they'll just survive. You can feed them once a month on your arm. Yucky. And they like my room in the summer. We need ants. Not all ants, but we need some ants. Yeah. I only say that because of the increasing fire ant problem. Yeah, I get that. Hold on, I'm gonna do something else. Wait. Because I think this would actually look really cool if I, oh. Is that too much? Did you like it before I put those extra lines in there? I don't know. Let me see. Without the lines. No, I think it's better without those lines. I think that might have been too much. Yeah, I think I like that way. Yet an out, little Mac. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oop, I have been frozen. Hold on a second. At least I'm not staring like dead-eyed at the camera like I normally am. Sometimes less is more true. I drew way harder, more detailed stuff back when. Let's go, Sedu. Good job. I think without is better. Awesome. Okay. Well, when we get back, we will start filling in certain pieces of it. I think maggots look creepy. I had to deal with them once because my cat got infected. Oh, open wound. Spent the entire day trying to get rid of every single one of them. Cat was fine after treatment. I thought I almost lost him. Maggots they were actually previously used in medical scenarios because maggots, while they are really gross, they actually only feed on dead flesh. So doctors used to use them to clean a wound, which is really quite cool. What are those African ants that some rural tribes use for stitches on cuts? The ones with big ass pincers. Those are cool. I wouldn't want to be bit by one, but they're cool. I don't know what you're talking about, but that does sound crazy. Are those bull ants? No, bull ants have actual venom. That would be pretty shitty. Or do they? Wait, bull ants. Maybe bull ants are the ones you're thinking of, Elvin. You guys, we need to go on a quick break, sweethearts. For those of you new here or who need a refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's not too long. It is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you don't want to subscribe, you still don't have to worry about losing out on any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I run those ads. You should probably move around as well. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Photography tuber, let's go! Thank you so much, excellent Ember. I appreciate it. Thank you, sweetheart. Loving the vibes here. Riddling, that makes me so happy. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I'm already getting good vibes from you as well, so I hope that you'll continue to stick around and spend some time with us. Riddling, you've actually come in at a really awesome time. Hold on, I got a vine on my face. Ah! Okay, I fixed it. Don't mind. Please, heart. I'll give you hearts, please. Fan art idea for anyone in chat. Try to screenshot random moments in Tao streams and try to draw them. That's what I did. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. I would love to. I'll make random faces for you. You like it? Do you like it? Yep. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I'm so confused all of a sudden. Hold on. Sucky, sucky. Yummy, yummy. Ow, ow. Oh fuck, I keep on doing it. I'm pressing the wrong trigger for no reason right now. I'm gonna call it now. Strata's gonna add something like exclamation point, hide weight. Just do every. Okay, cool. We need exclamation point Bork. If we do that, I'll be like, oh no, he's barking, but only one time, and then I'll glance over. Crazy dog. He is a crazy dog. He's my little baby, my little crazy baby. I think it's probably because Nate just got home. Okay. Sorry. I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, Amazing Aston over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my god. Thank you, fucking holy shit. Not feeling well. more Bojax. You're welcome.
You know, I almost sued a company because their scouter kept exploding the moment I tried to check your power level. You should have told me your power level is above 9,000! Yeah, it is. I agree. So I'm getting Kit Kat. Thank you so much for the heart filling, Sweetest Storm. A Strat provided Kit Kat. Thank you, Strat, for my Kit Kat. Welcome back. Some Audrey. I'll be for you. Good. Audrey. Valiant Vash, hi sweetheart. I'll be for you. Vash, how has work been? Have you gotten a chance to catch up with the show of your namesake? Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Amazing Umbra, welcome back. I'm preemptively giving you uppies. Good. Umbra. Yummy Yuki. Lovely Nyx, welcome back to both of you. Uppies. Good Nyx. Good Yuki. Lovely La. Uppies. Good Lab. Oh, Lab. Sorry, hon. Are you still here? I wanted to actually ask you. Were you happy with the colors that I chose? I haven't gotten a chance to look at your DM, so if it's okay, if you would like to just tell me right now, that'd be great. Because I might have a surprise for you if you like the colors. Beautiful Bevelin, welcome back. Terrific Talent, welcome back. Uppies. Good Talent. Umbra. Now I see you, Uppies, but I give you more. There you go. Welcome back. Treat eating, Tao-chan. I am treat eating, aren't I? What's a snack on? I had a Kit Kat. Yummy Kit Kat. Yummy, yummy. Lovely Layla, welcome back, darling. Uppies. Good, Layla. Swedish Shadow, welcome back. Excellent Elvin, welcome back. Happy with the colors? Let me show you something. I may or may not have finished this for you right before stream with the hope that you would like the colors. It's all in different layers, so it was fine. But here you go. What do you think? Is it cute? Do you like it? Work has calmed down a bit. It's looking like I should have this week off, so I should have time to catch up. Yay! I can't wait to talk to you about it, Bash. I'm so excited. You love it, sweetheart. Yay! I'm so glad. Cute, cute. So cute, adorable. That looks pretty. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. You know what? I actually just had a thought because now I'm in like the creative mode. I'm gonna make the shadow under your feet, Lav, into a heart. Okay, that's like not the fucking color. Okay, it doesn't look like a heart anymore, but you'll know. You'll know. There you go. And maybe I'll give him a little heart back here as well. Subtle. Subtle, artistic. She's so glad. I'm such an artist. There you go. You got little hearts under there. Yay! Lovely, obtuse, beautiful. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'll send that to you then, lovely Lab, if you like it. I'm glad you guys like it. Let me just sign it real quick and then I'll send it off to you. I'm gonna sign your boyfriend's leg. There you go. Your boyfriend has my name on his leg. 1 second. Let me just export this and I'll send it to you, sweetheart. Give me just a second. You love it. Yay. Sorry, I just opened your message. What the fuck? Rude. Oh my god, hold on. We are almost closing in on your next birthday, Tao. If you don't finish that Kit Kat, you are not getting any more. I'm so slow on eating sweets. I'm sorry. I'm really enjoying them though, Strat. Thank you. Struggling a little. What's wrong, Umbra? Are you okay, honey? Thank you, Tam. My pleasure, lovely lab. Also, excellent work on the boss battle, you guys. Wonderful job. Okay, fucking... Oh my god, Discord is just literally not working. Okay. I hate when it does this. Hold on. I'm literally just gonna send it from my photos. 1 second, please. Okay. That better fucking work. Did that send? Yeah, okay, it looks like it did. Let me know if you got that, sweetheart. All right, let me go back to the Snowflake of Doom. The Snowflake of Destiny. How many do you have left? A few. Quite a few. But I eat sugar slowly. That's why I'm in shape. Oh, what Umbra said was about the command. Don't worry. Oh, okay. Oh, good. I was like, my sweet, precious Umbra cannot be struggling. Not without me helping him. Oh, I was trying to get to VGen because watching Yuki's being made really made me want to put one in. Let's go, Umbra. I would love to draw for you, sweetheart. That'd be so sick. What was your favorite of them all? Kind of dependent on the circumstances. The ones that I'm really into right now are the milk tea ones, but I also really liked, and what I have left, I think, are mostly the green tea matcha ones. And I like those when I have something that's like more delicately flavored to follow up, or with like tea or something like that. Yeah, they're all really good though. I'm a big fan. It's the Fartalise. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. How long is this? This has 2 minutes on it. Oh my god, that's so funny. All right, let me see here. I am just gonna actually copy this so that if we don't like how this goes, we don't have to worry about it. Oh my god. Whose doing was this? Whose doing was this? I see this. The matcha ones are much appreciated then. They're much appreciated. No, I love them all, Strat. That's why some of them are gone now. Oh my god. Holy shit. I need to give you a laugh, Tao, while you have. Tao, can you turn your head for me? Or did you share a towel? I did a little bit. Maybe occasionally Nath got one. It was for me. What the heck? It's a store one. Okay. I think that's probably good. I think that was probably good. Thank you for that, Storm. Thank you. Thank you, lovely Layla. Thank you, sweetheart. All right. Let me see. Wait, what did Dookie say? 1 second. I don't mind unless they start to misbehave, which I've noticed in the last few years is getting worse. Like people disrespecting certain places, touching things not meant to be touched. Oh, are you talking about tourists in Japan? I've been hearing about that. It's quite disgusting. I have no fucking clue where these people were raised, clearly in a barn or something. That's, yeah, treating Japan like it's a fucking amusement park really pisses me off. I expected to be turned off sooner, to be honest, but the small smile I know you had was worth it. I'm glad. Thank you, hon. Bad tourist, bad. Stop touching that. You make me sad to be a tourist. True. I added a song to the queue and I think the bit got it wrong. It should be later in the set. Could you check when you have a moment? Sure, sweetheart. What was the one that you were looking for? Death Odyssey, is that right? Death Odyssey by Heaven Pierce the Veil. Let me see here. What did it queue up in substitution, sweetheart? Because yeah, I don't actually see anything about that. Death Odyssey, Heaven Pierce, or add. Okay. I don't think I said the right thing. I think I said Heaven Pierce the Veil, but that's not it. Heaven Pierce her. I have just queued that up for you, sweetheart. I don't know what it would have queued up in Exchange because it doesn't. Oh, Odyssey by EO? Okay, I'll remove that. Hold on. I'll remove that and put yours where it belongs. There you go, sweetheart. Yeah, just let me know if it ever queues anything up wrong, sweethearts, and I will fix that for you. This song is so cute. What is this? This is going on my liked. I really like this. It's so relaxing. Thank you, Terrific Talent. Thanks for letting me know, sweetie. I'm not going to hide that I'm a tourist. I mean, I'm white and I'm over 6 feet tall with a beard. I couldn't hide that if I tried. But if I go to Japan and see some dumb American being disrespectful, I'm just going to smack him in the back of the head. Hey, bad. Stop that. Yeah, for real. For real. That's the thing, honestly. Tourists need to be like on the lookout for other tourists being shitty people. Who requested this? This is beautiful. I really like it. Hey Tao, can we still do a Tao choice for the song request? Sure, sweetheart. Absolutely. I'll add something too. Let's do the Rocky Road to Dublin. Back to work for you. So many pallets, but you can do this. You absolutely can. Terrific Talent. I believe in you wholeheartedly. Just please make sure that you're lifting with your legs and be careful. Thank you so much for the Tao choice, lovely Nyx. I appreciate it. Miss Tao, just curious, do you have a preferred metal for jewelry? I've known ladies with preferences and allergies to particular metals, and I'm curious. Yes, actually, Sweetest Storm. I don't wear a lot of gold jewelry, and I do have allergies to like nickel. So I pretty much do silver or steel stuff. That's pretty much exclusively what I do. Or like, you know, ceramic. Ceramic also works. Yeah, things like that. But yeah, I like silver and steel. Very cool. Terrific Trout, welcome on in, Sweetie Pie. How are you? Thank you so much for the care package, darling. It's good to see you. It's still redeemed a song. Oh, please just remove it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's so funny that it said that. That's really strange. Remove from queue. There you go. That's okay. I have added my song, sweetheart. Thank you very much. It's part of the Life is Strange soundtrack, which is just full of really awesome songs. Have you played the game? I actually have not. I've been told by a lot of people that I should, though. I'd be very willing to. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna queue up a song for my own sake as well. I was sharing this song with a friend of mine, and it's called Bird Brain, and I think I've shown it to you guys many times. I just think it's such a great song. Yeah, there it is. I'll just add that because I want to. I can't wear metal other than titanium. Oh, titanium's a good metal too. I like that. Very cool. Curiosity satisfied. My pleasure, Sweetest Storm. Hi there, Terrific Trout. How are you? I'm much better now than with you guys. How are you? The internet's a pretty amazing thing, you know? Like, I feel like, I've told you guys before how much I struggle to, like, make friends in real life. And, after living in Australia for, like, 6 years, and I'm officially a citizen, and I still don't really have any friends that I've made. But I have you guys, and, that makes me feel incredibly, incredibly rich with, loved ones and company. In a big way, I guess I have more friends than a lot of people do because I have you. Birdbrain is such a good song. Isn't it awesome? Honestly, if you ever feel a little down, slide into voice chat. If you're ever not busy, I bet Pouch Pals would come along. Oh, they would, and then I would cry. If they came in, they're like, Tao, guess what? We love you. And I'd be like... It is really great, but also extremely emotional and fully voiced, so not much to do for you. Yeah, let's go. Sounds like I need to take a little break from that anyway. Thank you for the, hello, lovely otaku. How are you? Thank you for the PAL hat, Valiant Bash. And thank you also for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. It was very cathartic for something traumatic in my past, though, and will have a special place in my heart for that. Oh, Yuki, I would love to play that game. I love, like, I mean, you guys know how much I fucking enjoyed the absolute shit out of Dispatch because it's all, like, so good. That game in particular is extremely funny. I know that, Life is Strange is not particularly funny, but I love games like that, the choose your own adventure ones. Go out and kidnap a wallaby, make it your friend. Oh, no, 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 no. We have had Americans do that. Let's not do that. The pals are here, don't worry. Thank you, lovely obtuse. Thank you, sweetheart. I have sustained what I believe the youth call HP damage. Taking it easy and careful. Oh, Trout, I'm so sorry. I hope that you're not in too bad of a condition. If it's against the rules to mention another streamer, I apologize, but it's relevant to the topic. Bao did a cover of Birdbrain that I love, and they fully animated it. It was awesome. That's pretty cool, Open. That's pretty cool. Hi there, sweetest star, Jeffrey. How are you, darling? Welcome back on in. I think Dispatch wouldn't exist without games like Telltale or Life is Strange. Oh, 100%. One of my favorite devs for basically my entire, like, teenagehood was Telltale. Love them so much. When I found out that Dispatch was created by a bunch of ex-Telltale devs, I was like, fuck yes, give me that now. That's pretty cool looking. I might put this in your background of your ref as well. Oops. Do we want that? It looks a little less snowflakey with it, so maybe we'll get rid of it. Waterboy the goat. How I love Phenomenon, or however you spell it. He's so funny, isn't he? He's so good. Telltale, Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us are among my favorites too. Too bad they overreached and had to disband. Yeah, it is a bummer, but I'm really, really glad that they existed in the first place and that I still have their games. Okay, I think that might be ready to be put into your ref sheet. Did you have anything else that you wanted to change or modify for this, lovely Yuki? Or are you happy to You know what I might do? I think I'm gonna get rid of these dots in the middle. What happens if I do this? No, I think it's better like that. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just fucking around with stuff. You super happy with the design? Okay, brilliant. All right, give me just a second. I just gotta save it out and bring it over to your ref. Alrighty. Okay. Oops, 1 second. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. There is your design. Now we just gotta put it on your tummy. Okay. I'll make that a little bit big while I just get the other colors in here. And that also needs to go be with, where is it this one? Is that one? Okay. Oh, but that actually needs to be the inverse. Okay. Very good. Oops, not that much. Do we want this to basically spread over your whole tummy like this, or do we want it to make sure, do we want to make sure that it's like actually like where you can see all of it, like right there? Or do you want it to be like going beyond the bounds? Some local kiddos in certain cold regions are doorbell ditching and dumping hot water on the door entrance so it turns to ice when someone goes out to answer it. That's fucking crazy. Smaller is better? Okay, all right, we will get it in there. Kind of a shame that we've got like the tassel covering it, but that's okay. With your model, whenever you move, the tassel will move out of the way a little bit and like swing. And then you'll be able to see the design. Pretty weak sauce and dangerous prig. I hope it doesn't start trending. Oh, I'm so sorry, Trout. Please make sure that you're taking good care of yourself, hon. Did you go to the hospital? With that dress, it is basically designed to show it off, so yeah. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. One sec, I just need to be able to see past. That's the idea? Okay, perfect. Oh, fuck, hold on. I just realized I didn't like perfectly center this, so 1 second, I just gotta put everything back. Oops, okay. Because it's gotta be like right over the belly button. Ah, stop. Ah, fuck. Okay. And I'm gonna actually warp this a tad. All right. Okay. There we go. I think that's probably good. All right. Oh, good. We got a reference layer. I'll just grab that. That'll be much faster if I do it this way. And get rid of that, and all this, and that side. Okay. And then you can just throw that away. Okay. What do you think of that? Do you like that? Or is that too bright? Or is that okay? If you ever gift me a chocolate, please make sure there isn't any nuts in it. Just saying, because we share the same brain cell and you may get this dangerous idea of feeding me more sweets than I already consume. Well, if you're not allergic to nuts and you like nuts, I'll put nuts in it. Looking at it coming together has me excited for some poses and maybe an alternate dress. Getting ideas again. Yay! I'm so happy to hear it, sweetheart. Waiting in the lobby to still get checked. Moose are starting to roam through yards, so I hold their scary nature privilege discourages. I hope their scary nature privilege discourages mean pranks for now. I hope so. It's great. This. Sugoi Sugoi I'm pretty nuts. Politely, do you want to be in my chocolate? That sounds really strange. The chocolate I'm going to deliver to Strat with some politely nuts in it. Oh man. All right. Do you okay, and you like this bit back here, so we'll keep that. Unless you've changed your mind after we've been doing this one. Anything else that you see, sweetheart? Anything you would like modified? Politely has next level Riz. She sure does. She sure does. She's awesome. Looks adorable. You like it, Nyx? So we'll go for a quick little journey. Me, Riz? I think you're confusing me with Tao. I have 0 Riz. I am not a Rizzy person. All right, so we will go through this. And are your claws retractable, Tao? They are in real life. But my model is I don't have retractable claws on my model. All right, let's go through a quick walkthrough and see what you think, lovely Yuki. Tao can make people melt? I don't reckon. Even if I could, it would have to be a surprise. All right, so we got our cute little bits of hair. We have our little, like, potentially shiny little splash there. Precious politely, that emote is so good. I love that. No, I'm sorry, my voice is not very rizful right now. It's pretty bad. Cannot do a smooth voice if I try. Okay, so then we've got our little we have our designs here. We have this like off the shoulder sleeve kind of thing as well. These gems, all the like blood red gems with the blood red nails. We have our seal on the tummy. The individual maketh Riz. It doesn't matter what your voice sounds like, it's the individual. What a fun character. Very pretty art as well. Thank you so much, Trout. I'm so glad you like it. This is for lovely Yuki in the chat. I'm very grateful that she let me get creative with like the dress design and stuff as well. I think this is such a cool, I love the idea of having skin show like through the clothes there. I'm not seeing anything I could see to be improved. It just looks so fantastic. Yay! This art is stunning. Thank you so much, Umbra. I'm so glad you like it. I just love like the subtle, like these are small things, but they're so pretty. I think those snowflakes look really nice. With your little tail, with the heart. Let's go to the back. It's a little bit simpler on the back. If you want me to put more designs, I can. She's got this little more gems on the back, of course. Let's see. Ooh, the Geta look nice. Thank you. I'm so glad you like them. Yeah, Yuki wanted some snowflakies, so we have some nice little snowflakies for our lovely Yuki Onna inspired vampire princess. As you can see on the reference in the I gave on the upper left, that kind of dress, kippao, shongsum or summer kimono, of course, eventually. Yeah, I would love to do that for you. And then of course you've got your little tattoo here that seems to have like blown out from the bite marks, your vampiric bite marks. You got those blood drop eyes. Actually, let me see something. I almost feel like, how do you feel about me making the blue marking the white, like all your other markings on your skin? Or do you want that to be the only blue thing on your skin? I kind of figure if you're already doing all of these like magical like seals and stuff, it would probably make sure, particularly if you're like trying to seal the demon or the vampire. I feel like having this be the same color as those would be prudent, but it's up to you. What do you think? You almost made me melt with compliments on a hot summer day. I literally banned saying thank you, but you just ignored it. Unacceptable. Luckily, I have the pals, and they will get back at you by showering you with compliments. No. Can we see what it looks like with white? Sure. Thank you for the care package, Chelsea. Whoops, sorry, hold on. Got the reference layer on the wrong one. I didn't make this easy on myself because I flattened the layer like an idiot. Oops. Ah. Okay, what do you think about that? And this could be like same kind of thing when you like move your head. I could put like a sparkly shine that kind of only makes that really pop the same way that like when you move your face, this will pop a little bit, and then the little stripes on the shoulders will pop a little bit. What do you think, honey? The Tau seal, very powerful, very powerful. Song is such a vibe. I do love that song. It's really good. Do you know what else is a great song? What's the song? Crash? It's not exactly what I would normally put in our community because it's a bit loud, but it's another one by Mori Calliope. It's the theme song for the second core of Gachakuta, and it's really, really good. It's a fucking banger. Mori. Let's just crash. That's it. That's what it's called. I'm gonna cue it up. The Yuki Onna is that snow lady yokai. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm literally in the way. I didn't even like look at the screen. I like that better. Good, good. Oh, good. Awesome. Okay, sorry. Now that I'm out of the way, maybe you can tell me one more time. You happy with that? I thought you wouldn't enjoy it because it's loud. It is loud, and the first like 3 times I heard it, I didn't love it, but then it grew on me. The first chorus song, though, I can't handle. I always skip the first chord. OP. The snow lady yokai. Cool. Okay. All right, my dear. It's like Aina at the end. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. All right. Let me see here. If you have no other changes, sweetheart, we're pretty much done with your flats now. And because this is a reference sheet, I don't shade it because artists fucking hate that because then they're like trying to find the in-between where it's like not highlighted and not shaded. So I'm happy with how the white looks a little less in your eye. Oh, like this bit, how it's like a more subtle, like you mostly see the little splash on the right side and not the left. All right, let me get we'll work on your background real quick, but I'm also gonna put this this big old shape in there. I think I'm gonna put it right behind your name actually. And then like I said, I'll provide you with like a high-res PNG so that you can give that to people. Jumping in your eye, yeah, subtle. Not sure why my brain is not working today. You're okay, Yuki. You're all good. No worries, sweetheart. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. That's all. Okay. Let me see here. I'm thinking I might do a sort of cold, wintry vibe. Usually I do pretty abstract backgrounds for. I might get rid of this actually, so you can see better. I usually do like fairly abstract backgrounds, but let me see what I can do here. I also might use things like watercolor or like gouache or something to try and get that sort of like parchment, like ink with parchment sort of vibe. Not that, sorry. Lord Merrick, welcome in, hun. How are you? Rocking the Brazilian Tomb Raider vibe. It's so funny that people think that I'm Tomb Raider. Not quite, just general adventuring, but I appreciate it. I do like Tomb Raider. I do like Tomb Raider. Are we going to be taking the next break? Yes, we will, sweetest Strat. We will. About 15 minutes. Divine, darling, thank you so very much for the 100 biddies, sweetheart. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. The variety and sheer number of possibilities in human creation is genuinely so beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it just? Let's see. Lovely Lord Merrick, may I ask, how did you find us? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through VTubers, through art? I'm always curious. Tao is better than Lara Croft. Thanks, sweetheart. Thank you for feeding me, lovely Ro. I can see it. Tao Raider. Tao Raider. All right, one sec, I'll flip that. Ooh, that kind of like cool gray, and then I could probably put like a Tara Croft. I bet Lara doesn't have an inbuilt helicopter. That's true. Do you know how many situations I would have gotten her out of? Is it me? But I've noticed your voice is a bit better than it was at the start of stream before the hype train chaos. I think it is a little bit better, Ozzy, but it's kind of funny because now that my voice is sounding a little bit better, my throat is getting more sore. That would be a perfect mod for Tomb Raider, replacing Lara Croft with Tao. Yo, I would love that. I would play through all the games all over again if someone wanted to put me in there. That'd be so sick. All right, let me see here. Whoa, that deep blue is super cool looking. It's a bit dark, a little bit too dark probably, but I mean, you have been talking nonstop for a while now. Feel free to go into focus mode and give it a rest. That's okay. I want to talk with my precious pals. I'll give it a, well, I won't give it a rest tonight. I've got a lot of teaching to do tonight. But no, I want to talk with my precious pals. It's worth it. Okay. Oh yeah, the other thing that I was gonna do, I always do this. I make sure that my babies stand out by giving them a little cheeky little outline. We'll see what color we like. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Okay, that's older ones. Okay, that's the one that we ended up with. I'll just get rid of one of these. A bit too dark, I agree, but it contrasts well. Yeah, yeah. I just also want to kind of get that like Japan, like Yuki Onna inspired vibe in there. And I kind of want to get like a snowdrift for that reason too. Um, Hi there, Waras. Welcome on in, sweetheart. And I'm so glad that you got a gifted sub from Precious Politely, darling. Welcome in. How are you? Very good to see you again. Oops. Alrighty, well, we're getting there. Thank you for the care package, Joyous Julius. Much appreciated. Taz's voice is sounding better. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you, darling. Also, wonderful Waras. You want some uppies? Good Waras. I'm back now. I had a shower. I hope it was good. I hope it was a good shower, sweetest slushy. Welcome on back. All right. The thing that we can do with this is okay. That is a bit dark. So let me. What is that? That's a subtract. Okay, I got an idea for this. Hold on. Yeah, cool. Okay. Okay, and then for the name. Might actually make this your eye color and see what happens. Hold on. Shower sounds good right now, especially a cold one. You should go get a shower, sweetheart. That might help you. No, this is not good. Hold on. Let me fuck around with some of our blending modes. I don't know that I've ever like made an actual reference on stream, like showed you guys the way that I go about like getting all of the all the art ready. Once it's like once the art is ready. I don't know if I've shown you guys how I go about putting it into the image. All right, let me put another. Aha. That gets rid of the Japanese though. Hold on. Cannot have that. Maybe if we okay. Got it. Okay. 1 second. Normal. God, this song is such a banger too. Oops, not reference, sorry. Every time I feel I am close to a mill, we have an art stream, and I feel I have gotten further away. That effect works well. Do you like that? Do you like where we're going with this? I just need to make sure that the rest of your name is legible, so I might put another stripe of black right up top. Like, I think that's pretty, you can probably read that pretty well, right? And I can't read Japanese, but I think that the characters look pretty clear as well. I wonder about that drum beat. Like, it's a 2010s drum beat. Is it really? I use a purple bottle that says Aussie shampoo on it. I love Aussie being like, It has hemp infused in the bottle, and it's called Mira Curls. Oh, do you have curly hair, Slushy? I love that. The kanji are quite readable. Excellent. What do you guys think of the rest of the text? Are we pretty happy with it? Gotta like Yuki, what do you think about that background? It's still a little bit dark at the bottom, but I did lighten it up a tad. I can also do, hold on a second. Where's this brush? Fuck, it's been a while since I've used these. FX, that's it. We can get more of a snowy kind of vibe, actually, if you want. That's a little dark. Looks amazing. Do you like it? Lovely Seru. I was arting and glanced at what you're looking at. I thought it was an album cover. Oh, let's go. My graphic design sensibilities are coming through, are they? Aw, thank you, Anon. Whoever has suggested my traditional medicinals organic throat coat. I could probably use that, actually. Tea bags. Maybe I should put that on there, actually. Yeah, maybe I will do that, actually. That's not a bad idea. Probably. Whoever did that, thank you so much. That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you for trying to figure out ways to make my throat not kill and sound like shit. Valiant Vegeta, welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Never confident in a single word. This bird, expert in the absurd. Number one in life that has been deferred. It hurts this world, I'm less introvert. But inversion only serves to put deserving on the mind. So far out of line. When the day turns night, I can't help but cry so loudly, sad devoutly. Please check that this listing is available in your country and that it is being offered by a store you know. I don't know if it is. Let me see. Keep on riding like a chicken with its head cut off. Like a magic twisted arrow, not a bird brain, baby. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. It may. Oh yeah, it's an Australian. Nice. Falling for a freak. Okay, I will put it on there. Thank you to whoever suggested that. It's on the list now. Thank you. I've been listening to this recently. How funny. I'm glad you like it, Precious Politely. Isn't it cute? How are you, Valley Vegeta? It's so good to see you. It's looking amazing and adorable. I'm so happy to hear it. Hi there, wonderful Warrex. How are you? It's good to see you as well. Just a thought, would adding a thicker border help it pop? Yeah, it could. I'm just cautious of making it too thick because I don't necessarily want to oops, fuck. Whoa. Slow down. Let me give it a little bit more. Let's see. Bird brain, baby. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. So empathetic as can be. I could do some extra stuff with the name as well, actually. It is kind of loud though. Let me see. Shit. Fuck. Let me see here. I like the swirl effect. A hint of snow would be nice. Okay, great. I will put that. I'll leave that a shot. Now my friend has got me on the VTuber space. Here, go down the rabbit hole. Let's go, Umbra. Please don't leave us. We have a nurse here. Yuki, what would you recommend for a sore throat? Thanks to you, I am thinking of using my throne as a shopping list as well, like a saving reminder. Yes, that's exactly what I was using it for a while. Exactly, Strat.
Oh my god.
Oh, Strat. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Oh, it was you. You were the anon. Thank you so much, Terrific Trout. I really appreciate it. That's very generous of you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. I will go buy that. I will go buy that. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for supporting my throat health. Best, of course, would be rest and not speaking, but that won't happen. So honey tea is fine. It doesn't sound that bad. I'm glad you don't think I sound too bad. I like the swirl effect. A hint of snow would be nice. Sounds good. I'd be combing my hair with a wet brush for a bit. If anyone looking for me, I'm busy. All good, Slushy. Yuki, are you going to be VTubing? I think she is planning to VTube. Yeah. Time you take a break? Oh, yes, it is just about that time. Let me do something here, actually. Oh, that looks really cool. Chicken with its head cut off. Bit of crude and goes, but not a bird brain. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Lying in the earth, bound to be. And shot like a bird brain. I don't think my head is coming off. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. You think that I should stop? I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. I feel like it's a little bit too. Ooh, that looks like the Okinawa baked chocolate. Do you remember for our Sakura Co box? This looks like that font and like the border. My VA and singer companion speak highly of that, so I hope it is helpful. Thank you so much, Terrific Trout. I really appreciate it. I'm very excited. I will gargle the shit out of that. Thank you so much, darling. That blue, you like that one? Okay, cool. All right. Well, in that case, let me see if I can make this a little bit more like. Oh, gotta. Hold on. Okay, that's screen at max. Sorry, I've just got to grab the right color. Oh, well, that's not the right color, is it? Hold on. Huh. Oh, it's an interesting texture. I see. Okay. Screen. Oh, there's also that option. I don't know about that one though. It feels a little bit bulky, I think. All right, I've got an idea. We'll come back and do a little bit more. I kind of want to make this just look like really swirly and like kind of wild. Like snow, like snow drifts, you know. Another. Just want to make sure it's still legible is all. I like to customize my children's art, like references and stuff. Really want to make sure that you guys feel special and one of a kind, even if I'm using a preset font right off the bat. I don't want the final product to look like that. That's gonna look like an R. Song's a banger. This is so cute. Raven's Call, beautiful. Let's see. You mean like this? Yes, that's the one, Strat. That's the one. I need to put throat coat on my shopping list. I think I can get it locally. Good idea. Just realized what they meant by how to build your Pokemon. You literally pick out what their moves are. Yeah, true. But look at the rightmost kanji. The yuki in the dark blue is harder to read properly, as it is missing some of the top part. Oh, this bit? Yes. Okay. I can, I'll trim that down. I'll trim down the, just for, because I think it is more legible for the, one sec. I think it is more legible for the English, but, or I guess Romanized, but yes, you are totally right. Let me try something here. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Sec. Yeah, I see what's happened. Okay. How's that? Is that better? That seems a bit more clear, yeah? What do you think, sweetheart? This song reminds me of several streaming friends. Oh, that's awesome. That's better? Is that more legible now? I can see it now? Yeah, awesome. Okay, good. Yeah, lots perfect. All right, I'll continue. We got to go on a quick break, but when we get back, I'll continue customizing your name. And I will also, I do need to remember to put some snow as well. I will put some snow in the background. In fact, I can probably just do that real quick. I'll get caught up knowing me. One sec. FX. Let's see, got some snow dust in here. Snowy. I'll get some extra right back here. A little bit more over each of your forms here. There we go, getting some snow in there. All right, cuties, let's go on a very quick break. We're gonna keep on working on this when we get back. It's only a 3-minute break, so please continue to hang out with us. We still have about another hour, maybe hour and a half or so. And I hope that you will consider sticking around with me. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making me feel so warm. Thank you for making this community so warm. Thank you for supporting me, and I will see you in, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, miss you terribly, see you soon. Mwah. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I'm so confused all of a sudden. Hold on. I keep on doing it. I'm pressing the wrong trigger for no reason right now. Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the brain. Wobble ducks. Wobble ducks. Wobble ducks. Wobble ducks. You know, I almost sued a company because their scouter kept exploding the moment I tried to check your power level. You should have told me your power level is above 9,000! Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for the heart filling, Sweetest Storm. I try to keep it under wraps. I feel like bragging about how my power level is above 9,000 is... And the grail, the holy grail, the golden grail, something like that. Thank you so much for the care package. I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, amazing Aspen over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my God. Thank you for
fucking holy shit. Name-ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. Infernus, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15, oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck, we're stuck! No! No, I'm invisible! It seems you've been detected! No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Fuck. Guess I'm doing this then. Damn it! Not feeling well. Wobble Jux. You're welcome. Well, and standees and clothes and desk mats. You could write off the car as a business expense, though. I don't know if I could write off the whole car, but definitely the wrap job, yeah. Y'all thought I'd forgot about the whipper. The whipper!
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely lovely little bit. Hello there, wonderful nobody. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm gonna call it now. Strat is gonna add something like exclamation point. Hide the weight! Just do every...
Get the hell out of my face!
Murder? We will? And fishy. Now big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Yes, I am. But oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? Oh, sorry. I got an apple. So, sorry. I'm really hungry. Does anyone else get this where you stand up, start moving around, and then your stomach hurts because you're like, oh, I haven't eaten in like 12 hours. Awesome, Ozzy. Welcome back, Sweet Shadow. Welcome back, Sweet Shadow. Welcome back, Sweet Shadow. Welcome back, really back. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Welcome back, Precious Politely. I wish I did. Do you want an apple? Yeah, my apple. Welcome back, Amazing Umbra. Should this be a part 2 clip from the last Apple Uppies clip? We might be having lots of apples. I don't know if we want to wait until we have bunches. Amazing Umbra. Thank you so much for the Uppies. Fuck, my hands aren't working again. Wait for it. Maybe don't think about it. Let me cook them. Once I finish this apple, I'll fix it. I'm so sorry. There are people in chat who are gonna fucking hate the sound. I don't know where to put my core. Why can't you just eat the whole apple, you know? Man. Just have some arsenic in your life. Why not? I think I did accidentally eat one of the seeds. It looks like I found a little hollow and there's only one seed in there, and usually there's two, so. I have an idea. Okay, perfect. Nate's gonna come home and be like, ew, why is that there? Okay, let me get my hands fixed. Go in. Okay. Okay. Let me give these uppies. Uppies for amazing Umbra. Yee! Good Umbra. Uppies for lovely Layla. Uppies for lovely Layla. Good Layla. Sweetest star, I have bananas, homegrown and delicious. Can't wait to get pineapples as well. Yummy. Oh shit, boss is still going. I'm so sorry. There you go. Sorry. As a kid, I didn't know you didn't eat the core. Oh, did you have the core for most of your life then? I meant I wish I could have had that feeling. I too often think food sounds good and... Oh, gotcha. Precious Twilight, gotcha. What type of apple? It's a Granny Smith. It's good for your saliva. More uppies? Yeah, good Aussie. Also, well done on the boss, guys, even though you couldn't see for half of it. Sorry about that. We get uppies, you do. Don't leave the apple in the open. Eat it quick because it turns brown. Oh, it's gone. I ate it all, except for the core. I didn't eat the whole core. Amazing Umbra wants some more uppies. Good Umbra. Just in time for the fight to end. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm still 8 seeds until now. Wait, you have been eating the seeds? Core superior part of apple. Wait, do you eat the core, Trout? I'm pretty sure that apple, don't apple seeds have arsenic or something in them? You still eat the core, Sedu. Oh, I'm learning new things about you today. Trace amounts. Oh, cyanide. That's an arsenic. Cyanide. Yes. Core is really good, yummy seeds, but grape seeds suck. I like grape seeds, actually. Apple seeds contain trace amounts of hydrogen cyanide. Surely you don't want to. The apple seed myth. We had a patient once who was convinced an apple tree was growing inside his lungs as he inhaled a seed before. Oh my God. Even a clean x-ray couldn't convince him, but that was more the core, pardon the pun, of a psychological problem. Anyway, I'm so sorry. We shouldn't be joking about this poor man's mental health, but no, the core is good. That's a very good pun. And we got him the help he needed. That's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I think you have to eat a metric shit ton of the seeds to have an effect. Hi there, lovely Eon. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. I will give you uppies if you could hit the ceiling, so I shall not do it. Yeah, I might hit the ceiling, exactly. You like poppy seeds. I don't know if I've had poppy seeds. You're coming in to say goodnight? All good, Jed. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. The seeds go into compost. Everything else in the stem gets nommed. Oh, the stem too? You eat the stem? Interesting. Okay, okay. Pretty sure banjos do poppy seed bread. Oh, I think I've had poppy seed. No, I've definitely had like a poppy seed, like baked goods, but I don't know if I've had, I don't know if I've had like just poppy seeds. You know, you can't pop them the same way that you pop like, what are they called? The same way that you pop like sunflower seeds or something, right? Oops, hold on. What am I on? Oh. Frigid. Hi there, fabulous Frigid. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Speaking of seeds, I got a weird allergy to pumpkin seeds, yet I can eat pumpkin. That's interesting. Must be a different composition, maybe. I am being a lurky turkey, but interesting topics bring me out of the woodwork like a worm. Eon, you were the farthest thing from a worm. How are you, sweetie? Thank you for the lurkies. I appreciate it. Since we're on poisonous parts of food, some chefs would boil the tomato stem and pasta sauce for a very brief amount of time to add a little bit of character to pasta sauce. However, tomatoes are a relative of the nightshade family, and it is unwise to do this for extended periods of time. That's fascinating. That's really interesting. Like, I knew that they were a part of the nightshade family, but I didn't realize that, like, their the stem is bad for you. I mean, I think it counts as fiber, and fiber is good for a lot. That's true. That's true. Fun fact for fish keepers, bloodworms make you allergic to shellfish. Ew. Oh, that sounds very unpleasant. If you don't chew the apple seeds, you should be fine. Really? Doesn't your body need to break them down? Or does it just
go through. Since we need bread, going to Banjo's tomorrow sounds good. I don't know. All I know is the human body is weird as fuck. It is weird as fuck. That's true. I mean, there are some Q worms, mainly in the ocean. Yeah, I would not be visiting those ones. That is not my interest. Yeah, like I like to eat a pineapple, but not its core. That thing makes me shiver. Yeah, well, pineapple cores aren't even meant to be eaten, are they? Aren't they like insanely fibrous and hard? Your body can be allergic to the chemical produced when it breaks down a type of food. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, Frigid. That makes sense. Seeds are meant to go just straight through. Oh, interesting. You got to use gloves. Used them to feed my old frogs. Interesting, Layla. Apple seeds usually come out intact. Yep. Wow. Interesting. If the seed is undamaged, it will pass through undigested. So I could hypothetically eat the whole apple. My human body can take getting hit by cars and trucks, but stub pinky toe and I am down and out. I am allergic to eating shiitake mushrooms. Only food in the world that creates a specific chemical when broken down by your body. Interesting. So you're fine when you're chewing them, but as soon as you swallow, you're screwed. Any other Australians that haven't been to Banjo's, and there's a local one I highly recommend. Banjo's is yummy. I eat pineapple core. It's just not pleasant, but I eat it. Interesting. Is that just loaded with fiber? Because it's so fibrous, right? So I would assume. All right, let's see. How can we make this more lovely Yuki? Oops, I fucking keep doing that. Ah. You're free from work. Let's go, Storm. Have a great weekend, sweetheart. I hear Black Parade. Yes. Black Parade's very good. The piano is ingrained in my brain. Absolutely. He said, will you? He said, will you? I don't want to, again, I've got to be careful about like overdoing some of this. Hold on, I might do myself a little bit of a, oh fuck, no, wrong fucking layer. Ah, the ultimate in betrayal. Hold on, I'm just gonna hide that. We will come back to that in a moment. I'm just trying to get onto this. Okay. All right, and what I was going to do, we'll come back to this color more or less, but yeah, okay. Let me just do this as easily as possible, which involves white or just any solid color. Talon lurking, and I hear that fucking Geno, and it activated my fight or flight, damn it. Sorry, Talon, sorry. The weekend of packing and dumping old stuff that I'm not taking with me. Aha, there you go, Storm, there you go. My favorite MCR fact is that they turned down a spot on Twilight soundtrack and later appeared on Yo Gabba Gabba. What is that? I remember playing this in band. Really? That's awesome that you were able to play that in band, Trout. That's really cool. I feel like I may have to take another nap before I have lunch. You mean longer than 10 minutes? Wow, I'm shocked. Wow, I am shocked. Yeah, go sleep. Tao, I can't explain Yo Gabba Gabba. Oh, is it inappropriate? Is that why? I wonder actually if we make a... Ooh, we could do like a little whoosh. You meanie? I'm not mean. I want you to sleep, sweetheart. You've been working your ass off. Please take good care of yourself, sweetest Strat. If I were there, I would just, I don't know, strangle you into unconsciousness or something. It's safer for your brain than if I bash you over the head. For legal reasons, I'm kidding. Oh, it's a kids show. Oh, okay. Super happy with how this is turning out. I already knew I made the right choice with trusting Tal-chan, but now I know I made the perfect choice. Oh, Yuki. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you. That's really, really kind. They had some insane guest stars. Oh, very cool. Like people you wouldn't expect on a children's show, you mean? Okay, hold on. I want to... Oh, yeah, I kind of like this. Let me see if this works. I'm gonna be fucking hype if this works. This is also really fun for me, getting to do this stuff, because I think I may or may not have told you guys this before, but I'm actually trained in graphic design. So getting to, like, do stuff with typography fills me with joy. What did I do here that goes around? The teacher said no to the Rockstar Ned's Declassified song, niche reference. Oh, well, that is a compromise. That's not too bad, actually. Strat sleep or else Tao will lock you up as the strap burrito. It's true, like the cat burrito, but with Strat. Is there an option where I'm not physically strangled? I prefer no violence to fall asleep. Well, the problem is you don't listen to words. Non-violent, yeah. Gabba Gabba was a kids show that aired when I was little, and let's just say it explains why I kind of grew up with a diverse palette of music. Interesting, okay. I like famous last words being requested as we threaten Strat's life. That's very funny. Okay, let me see. Oh, this is missing. Fuck. Let me see here. Hold on, what did I miss here? I saw don't make me salivate. Where is that? What is that from? Let me see. That's so funny. Yuki's standing by to devour you, Strat. Let's see. Remember Out has Italian goes to white people who don't sleep? Wait, what? Trained in typography. Ah, so you're cursed with the knowledge of kerning. I am indeed cursed with the knowledge of kerning and leading as well. Letting, sorry. Wow. Yep, I'm a graphic designer. I can't pronounce things. Like a burrito. I never had a burrito. Wait, you've never had a burrito? You have to have a burrito. Sandman sand for sleep, but it's sprinkling hundreds and thousands. Tomato? Tomato. Tomato? Tomato. Voice to text. A la Tazi Tiger bites people who don't sleep. I think, okay, yeah, voice to text. So I bite people who don't sleep. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Okay, I think having some little dots to imply the snow is cool, perchance. One bite can make you go to dreamland. Yami, good morning, sweetheart. How are you? It's good to see you. Yo Gabba Gabba had a wild amount of guests. Prominent guests included Biz Markie, Rip, and Mark from the band Devo. Devo? I actually don't know either of those. You may have to change the song. I wanted the Alma version of Warrior of the Mind. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Love this song. All right, I queued that one up for you, Sweet Strat. Go to sleep. I can't demand you too hard, too strictly. I can't talk. Because I will break my voice, but go to sleep. Looks like you brought violence to yourself. All you had to do was listen to Town, go to sleep. Thank you, Ryo. That's right, you fucking tell him. You tell him. Tell him. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Yummy. What is going on right now? Devo made the song Whip It. I don't know that one. I wonder who requested it. Me too. Guess who has 2 thumbs and is sick as a dog? Oh, Yami, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Oh no. I hope you feel much better soon. How do you use song requests correctly? Layla, if you go to the art song request redeem and then type in where like the artist that the song is from, and then the song, and then hit send, it should pick it up. And if it doesn't, if it queues up the wrong thing, because it tells you what it queues up, then let me know and I'll go find the right one. As requested, I shall go to sleep. Good boy. Thank you, sweetest Strat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your amazing, amazing support and making me cry. Good tears. And thank you for your generally amazing support, not just financial, but with your time and your hard work and your edits and your everything. I really appreciate you, sweetest Strat. Please get some good rest. Yeah, what lovely Yuki said, exactly. By the way, thank you for being my calming presence. Get your hand off my tits and back on your steering... Wait, what? Her tits. And back on your steering wheel at work today. I would be rampaging if not for you. Sounds like you're on the verge of rampaging anyway, Storm. Yikes. I forgot Gaba had the Killers. Okay, I do know the Killers. Oyasumi Stratkun. See you later, lovely Tao. Just a reminder, we're having a peak gaming session tomorrow. All are free to join us. Oh, thank you, Strat. Yes, Strat has arranged a peak game session for you guys if you're in the Discord. So please, please, please pop in. Do you know Ladytron? I do not. I said bits, I swear. Don't think that makes much better. There you go, Layla. Tell me if that was the right one. Umber, you must depart as it is movie time. I can't wait to hear what you are watching. Amazing Umber, thank you for the lurk, darling. Thank you so much for your amazing and incredible support. It really does mean the world. I hope you enjoy your lurk, enjoy your movie, and we'll see you soon. You did it! Well done, lovely Layla. Very, very good. Jimmy Eat the World. I know one song, or maybe 2, from Jimmy Eat the World. I know them. Okay. All right. Let me get this right. We'll put some let's try this actually. Uh-oh, I'm fucking it up. Nope. There we go. Hopefully that's okay. I wanted a little bit of texture, but I'm afraid of like blocking out the text. See if I can get this to follow. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't think it works, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, technically you could do that. Actually, Yuki, do you like that? Or do you like it with the... Do you like it that way, or do you like it that way? Especially if I... Actually, hold on before you answer that. Let me make it... Because the legibility is a problem with this. So, there we go. Do you like that? Or do you like that? Because now I've removed the little tiny pieces of the of the design behind there. They were on Yo Gabba Gabba as well. Cool. The name Of Montreal kind of rings a bell to me. Of Montreal, I don't know that one. But yes, lovely Yuki. Let me know what you think of this versus that. It's up to you whether you like the kind of like snowy vibe. Keep it white, you like that? Yeah, I actually think that I agree with that. I think that looks pretty fucking sick. I might also grab this. Get rid of that part for more legibility. Nice. That looks cool. Chromio. Oh, I love Chromio. I apologize to everyone for my spirit of road rage. While talking to town, I nearly got run off the road. Be careful, sweetheart. Thank you for keeping eyes on the road, darling. Okay. There we go. And let me see if we want to do anything about... I wonder what outline color do we want? Do you have a preference, sweetheart? Do you like that? It looks kind of electric and weird, actually. I don't really like how harsh the colors are. Do you like the white, like the pure white, the pure black? Do you like these like in-between colors, like with the like aqua color? Do you like... That's kind of cool. Yuki said, please drive safely, Stormy-kun. You can nibble on me to keep you calm. That's how you get vampirism, isn't it? They performed a song about staying hygienic. That's really funny. I love that. Unlocked a fear I didn't know I had until recently. I guess I never noticed until recently that empty rooms bothered me so much. Does it matter the size of the room, Divine? Crocky, what's up, Ozzy? I like the blue outline. Keep it and ship it. Okay, great. So you like this one. I'm just trying to decide what we want to do about this thing in the background. Not what I meant to do. Sorry. One sec. Okay, not that. Nope. Got a blue. Ugh, it's gray. Yuck. Is the red? Oh, whoa, that's kind of cool looking. That's kind of cool looking. Okay, so... Wow, that's a very pretty shade. Not green. Not green. Not looking for green. We could do... Nah, that's interfering with legibility. Do you like any of these, lovely Yuki? Do you like any of these particular backgrounds? I still kind of like that one. I don't know if that's because like I just like the... It's you know, familiarity, but Yuki's response to Storm, I love it. Yeah, she's very funny. Well, now I'm blushing, says Storm. Better than raging and cuter too, I bet. Yuki got the riz. Yuki got the riz. Weezer did appear on Yo Gabba Gabba, but I forgot what their song was about. Okay. I see too much open floor and I want to cry. I'm used to maladaptive daydreaming while I walk in circles in my room, so I guess not being mentally in the room I am in didn't let me notice the fear. Interesting. I think keep it like before. Yeah, you like that kind of like wavy. And then of course we do have your snow as well. Actually, you know what I might do?
Click the buttons. Click the buttons.
Click. Hi, lovely obtuse. Thank you for my song. Okay, what do we think about that? Thank you for the care package. Amazing. Aussie, much appreciated. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. All right, now I just got to get your color bubbles in there. I hate to run out of my own art, but I'll have to leave in about 15 minutes. That's more than okay. And so for my therapy and weekly neck shot, of course, if you want to work on something else for the remainder of stream, I'd be fine with that. That's okay, lovely Yuki. You're all good, darling. I'm actually gonna do your color bubbles, which I'm gonna do in droplets. Unless you have like a different thought, but I was gonna put little droplets. And I wish you the best of luck at your therapy and your neck shot, sweetheart. I hope that they are rapidly approaching the point where you are able to comfortably live and not just have a fuck ton of migraines. Thank you so much for coming in, darling. Thank you so much for helping me out with your beautiful artwork as well. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the process as much as I am. And yeah, have a good time on. It's not of spring, I think. Cow's voice was mad at 50%. Now I feel it's closer to 80. Cow's voice? I must be Cow. I think I'm Cow. It's not of spring, I think. I'm not sure what he might mean by that bit. Totally trust you, Tachan. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Do you have the roots? I don't think so. I don't think so. We do love you, lovely Yuki. Thank you so much for hanging out. All right. Well, in that case, I will get some... Whoops. All right, fine. I'll take the hint. Yikes. I actually want to move the headshot up. Fuck, I hate when I do this. I am a little goose. So done. Okay, let me put this. Let's merge that. And we will also merge this down. Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't know what this was. What's this? Oh, wait, is that that's the Tommy stuff? Yep, okay. Cool. All right, we can get some layers back by doing that. All right, and turn that one off. Duplicate that, turn that off, merge those. Great. Look at those silhouettes. Strong silhouettes, do you think? They're a hip-hop band from Pennsylvania, but I think they're more known as the band on Jimmy Fallon's show. Oh, okay. At the start of stream? Daytona. Hi there, dearest Daytona. Welcome on in. How are you? Sucks in my opinion because their album Things Fall Apart is one of my faves. Aw. I'm sorry that not a lot of people know of them, hun. How are you, lovely Daytona? It's good to see you, hun. All right, let me see. We're gonna bring this up. Oh my God, please. Up here. And I want that to be like level with the rest of her head and body. And okay, that's pretty even. All right, now I can bring up Yuki's name. I actually probably need to merge that with this. Fuck. I knew that was gonna happen. Okay, fine. They're going into a group. They're going into a group. Now I can move them. Maybe I can even duplicate the group, make it brighter. Yeah, let's go. I'm a little bit worried about, maybe I can, hold on. I'm a little bit worried about legibility still. I wonder if I make this just like the slightest, The gray is not great. Not a big fan of the gray. I'm also not, I'm also not a big fan of the pure white. What about the ad? Oh. Wow, that interferes even more with legibility. I feel like, actually, maybe just one of these is enough. Ah, yeah, that's it. That's what it was. Okay. That's better. Okay, great. Happy with that. You just got home from work. How was work? Lovely Daytona. A whole discography overshadowed because of late night television. Oh, MGMT, I know them. This is 08, 09, so they're red hot off the charts. Nice, nice. All right, let's get some color bubbles in here. Oh, fuck. That was not it. Time to grab supplies for my last week of living where I am. Absolutely, Sweet Storm. Have a good final week. And hugs for you, sweetheart. Hugs for you. A droplet. A droplet. All right, I always start with like the biggest thing, the biggest color, which is probably in this case that. And color this. Okay. And then second biggest is probably this. I don't like the color for the outline that it chose. Teardrop tat? No. No, she's a vampire, so I'm giving her droplets that are fitting for that. Some little bloody looking shapes. All right, and then we go down to this shade in a gradient. Oh, God. It's actually mostly not that. Off to bed? All good, Valiant Bash, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your absolutely outstanding support and amazing, amazing generosity. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Who just contributed $71 to the voiceover demo? Holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you so much, whoever's done that. That says Anon, but if you would like to reveal yourself to me, I would love to thank you personally. Thank you so much to whoever did that. Holy crap, you guys, that's very, very kind. Thank you. Jesus, thank you so much. Vash, yes, honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you so much for your amazing support. Thank you so much, Anon, for contributing to the animation demo as well. Yippee. Can't even fucking talk. Contributing to a demo for someone who can't talk. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, there's that. I shared more res. Let me have a look-see to setting. Thank you so much. Let's see. Art. Oh wow, Layla's putting some gorgeous stuff out too. Holy. Sedu, very nice, honey. Love the pose, very good. That's so sick, hon. Excellent work. Excellent work. And X has done some really cool stuff as well. I generally try to make sure that I don't show things on stream unless like someone asks me to. But yeah, that's awesome. Well done. Well done. I want to eat that art. Delicious. Delicious. Okay, so that's the hair, and then we got the off-white kind of pinky. Yummy. Okay, now we got some blue here. Okay, I'm out of... Okay, and we got our brighter version of this. Okay. And then we got some red, and that red is consistent with the hair as well. I often try to do that if I can. That way we avoid having too many individual colors. I have to go to work now, kind of worried because we have a flash flood warning and my work is right next to the creek. Oh shit, love, please stay safe. Keep an eye out, and I'm sure that your boss and coworkers will too, but yeah, be careful. Are you sick or something? No, I'm not sick. I think the funniest guest star that just made sense in hindsight was Weird Al. But where you heart? Where you heart? What do you mean, lovely Layla? Give me a sec. I need to unplug this. My phone is gonna die. Needs a little more juice, I think. The lyrics also, thank you for the compliment earlier. The lyrics? Which lyrics? This is played at least once a day on my mother's playlist. I love that. Yes, Tao is sick. Sick of the fucking BS she has to deal with IRL. You know what, Lith? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is 100% it. I am fucking sick of this shit I have to deal with IRL. Cutie Nix, how are you, sweetheart? You enjoying your lurkies? Okay, let's see. Probably these next. And then there's the lines on that, and then I need to grab that aquamarine. Okay. All right, there's that. Erica Badu? No, I don't. The song playing, I typed it too quick, lols. Oh, okay, yes, yes. All right, gotta get a white in here too. Fuck, okay. Obtuse, thank you for the follow over on Instagram. Appreciate it, Sweetie Pie. I mean, we had a 10-hour storm earlier. Started at 4 a.m., stopped around 2. Oh man. See, that sounds lovely, except if you have to be in it. Like, it sounds nice if you get to be like comfy and cozy inside, but it sucks if you can't. Oh, look, Nate's home. sorry for Coda. Yeah, Thunderstorm. Question of the day: what monster would you want to be added to MHS3 that is not in any previous game? I'm not really sure. Because sorry about Coda. Hold on, I'll turn this down. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just waiting for him to come in so that Coda would stop barking. I actually don't know, Nyx. My favorite monsters have been in previous Monster Hunter Stories entries, so I really, really love the Kirin, and I really love the Legiana. I'd probably have to look at like a list, to be honest, to get that right. Oh, thank you, Nyx and Ozzy. I will let him know that you say hi. Also, you know what I should probably do? I should be more time efficient with this. That could actually probably take this. Put a line through here. How about that? Just show people the, let's see. Yeah, it's this pattern. Like so. I need to check out more MCR albums. You should. For me, I want my favorite monster. Oh, Namielle. Nice. Namielle will be cool. Very cool, hon. Hopefully this one has them. Who knows? Okay, we need gold. We need a gold one. Let me see. All right, grab this glove.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, not lovely lab. Yes, absolutely. Have a good day, a night at work, sweetheart, and stay safe, okay? Keep aware of your surroundings. Yeah, have a good one. Best of luck, darling. Thank you so much for your support, sweetheart. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. You hear Dave? Oops, fuck. I need to get Hi, Coda. Hello. Yes, you are baby. You are very baby. Cooperative until someone appears, and then very annoying. Oh, but your tail is providing excellent cooling. All right. I think that's pretty much all the colors, but I do need to do her Geta. Is it called Geta? Is that right? Hi there, Outstanding Otento. How are you? It's good to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Now if I just merge those and then shrink that. Give me just a sec, you guys. Hold on. Everyone says hi. He says hi, everyone. Yeah, dog fantail. You amazing human that lives in Tao's house. Hey, love that, Ozzy. That's great. Nath, you amazing human that lives in Tau's house. I will tell him that. I will tell him that. He'll get a kick out of that for sure. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. Capitalism! Capitalism! Indeed, indeed. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad I did that, actually. Fun fact, he couldn't find anyone to sing for himself, so he did it himself. Wait, who? And thank you for the care package, Incredible Radius. Thank you. Mm. Alrighty. I think that's pretty. Wait, there's a little bit here. Okay. All right. What do we think, you guys? What do you think? Do you think Yuki would like it? I think it might pretty much be done, actually. Oh, the song you skipped. Oh, sorry. It just sounded very objectify-y, and I was like, oh, I don't really want to listen to this right now. Funny thing, I requested this Chromeo song. I kind of helped inspire my animated variant. Nice, Cutie Caution. Super low key because he wants to stay anonymous, but he still yearns for a partner. Aw, so cute! Yay! An awesome look for Yuki. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope she agrees. I really like this. I think this name plate looks nice. Okay, lots of old songs be like that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yuki's beautiful. Yay! I'm so glad that you like her. I think I've gotten all of her colors. Yeah, those are concrete. And then, yeah, okay. I think that's probably about that. Only one who's allowed to objectify me is my boyfriend. Yuki is beautiful, especially her OC. Oh, I'm so glad, Ozzy. I'm so glad you think so. Yuki is a beautiful person, though. Okay, cool. So there's that. Let me see. I will save this out so I can send it to her. 1 second, please. Oh, you know what I'll also do? I'll do what I normally do for my babies, which is I actually crop, even though it's unshaded and stuff, I do just for funsies, I let people have headshots of the characters. I will send a couple of those to her. Okay. Let me get the other one too. 0. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. we go. Okay. Well then, I have been struggling with my. I can't. I literally can't push my voice, or it just doesn't work. Sorry. Can't do it. Sorry, hun. I did try though. She kind of looks like Utah, but if she had the girl with ice from Frozen, I love that. I love that. I made it back. Welcome back, sweetest slushy. Are we taking a break? No, nah. We won't go for too much longer. Probably another 20, 30 minutes, I think. Oh, actually, which reminds me, I better turn off the I had better turn off the raids so that I don't feel fucking terrible when someone comes in. And they're like, what do you mean you're done 10 minutes? Okay, so let me see here. Now, what was it did you guys want to work on anything else after that? Or do we want to just, do we want to just stare? Do we just want to stare at this? I can spin it around for you. I can spin it around for you. Whee! You're getting sleepy. You're getting sleepy. Alrighty. Let me think. What else can we work on? It's just there's not a whole lot of time left. So, actually, you know what? Perfect timing, I reckon. We only have one more song. That make an epic star blanket? Oh, that'd be really cool, sweetest slushy. Yeah, that'd be sick. You love it? Oh, goody. I'm so glad you like it. Julius. All right, we will cue that one up, but after this song, I think we're probably gonna call it quits for the evening. We'll take some time getting out of here, though. I'm not in any hurry. Nice work. I'm glad you like it, sweetest slushy. I had a lot of fun just kind of zoning out and vibing with it, so I'm glad you like it. Oh, this is Devo. Oh, I've heard the wee woo sound. I don't know if I've heard this song. I've definitely heard the chorus probably. All right. Well, you guys, I'm just gonna real quick. I'm gonna go through a couple of things real quick while I have you. If you go to the events and schedule channel on the Discord, I'm looking for what we should do for. Oh my gosh, I can't. Why does it do this? Oh my god, every time. Okay. The question is, what should we do leading up to the Monster Hunter Stories 3 release? So it's only for 2 more Tuesdays until we hit the Monster Hunter Stories 3 release. So whatever you vote for here will only be for 2 Tuesdays, but you can suggest that we continue playing the Monster Hunter Stories 3 demo, continue playing the Pokemon with the DLC, continue playing Pokemon ZA with the DLC. We can do demo nights again. We can see if Monster Hunter Wilds will work on my PC for once. We could do hand cam streams. We could do the demo for Digimon Time Stranger, or we could do Tiny Glade and Chill. So this will decide what we do for the next 2 weeks, two Tuesdays, that is. Okay, and then the other thing is, I would love it if you guys could let me know what time or date you would be happy to have our Discord community game night to be hosted, because you guys have unlocked that with your incredibly generous T-Bone contributions. And so this will be in your local time. Whatever time this is your local time. But it's like even. It's even. Please, someone help me. Yeah, Pokemon the DLC. Exactly. And then the other thing is that in our community games lounge, sorry, the Pouch Couch, there is a peak thread that Strat will be holding another peak game day tomorrow. If you would like to join, it will be at whatever this time is in your local time. Would love for you guys to go and join them. I won't be there, but you know, Sweetest Strat is my right hand man basically, and he's my modager and stuff, so he'll keep y'all guys in check. Yeah, it is a tie right now, Sweetest. Gonna get bed here. I'm gonna go to bed here, Amazonian badass in chat. Well, thank you so much, Precious Pirate. Yes, you go get some rest, okay? I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I will be there spiritually. That is true. That is true. I will be there spiritually. Have a good one, Precious Pirate. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate it. All right, let's move over here real quick. Hello. Hi, sweethearts. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Aussie. Much appreciated. Okay, give me just a second. I gotta go find someone to raid. But our next stream over on this channel will be, it will be, on Sunday, okay? We will be thank you for the bleep, Precious Pirate. We will indeed be playing some Persona 5 Royal on Sunday. It's my very first time playing through, so please no spoilers. But would I love to see you? That is for sure. Let me see here. Do we have anyone who's currently live doing art? It seems like nobody's doing art. What's up with that? 1 second, cutie pies. Give me just a sec. Please bear with me. Thank you so much again, you guys, for the absolutely incredible show of support. It means the world. Yeah, that was insane. Thank you so much for that earlier. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of you. I really appreciate your incredible kindness. VX, thank you so very much for the biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Sleep well, amazing Target. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it, sweetie pie. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just finding who we might go and see.
Tao is very kind and makes me feel better.
Oh, Julius, I'm so happy to hear that. You are very kind and you make me feel better. Thank you so much, darling. Okay, well, we're gonna go see a new friend. Fisani is a Seiso gem golem, so let's be kind and be lovely, as I know you always are. And we're gonna go see them, okay? Like I said, if you guys would like to play some Peak tomorrow, please make sure that you join the Discord and go check out the Pouch Couch with the thread titled Peak. Fisani, you know Fisani VX, amazing, excellent, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, perfection. Have a good night, Tao. Gonna head out and give to music for work. Thanks for providing a chill vibe to listen to. It's totally my pleasure, darling. Thank you so very much for joining us. Like I said, our next stream will be on Sunday for some Persona 5. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Oh, fuck. And yeah, darlings, if you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And of course, darlings, above all else, please make sure you are taking the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. Thank you for bearing with me while my voice is fucked. And thank you so much for being so extraordinarily supportive in every single way. I love you. I love you so much. You have little pieces of my heart and my soul. And I'll see you on Sunday.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Pretty lady.